Okay. Okay, shall we start? Let's have the panel take their seats. And sorry, it's been a little bit of delay, but there was some logistical problems. And so, like they do in flights, we'll try to catch up while we fly to the end of the session. And if not, as is usual, we'll be late anyway. So I would like to introduce my co-chair, Matt Myers, and everyone knows him. And he's going to introduce the topic, and then I will follow more with the format, and then we'll hear from the panelists.
First, thank you all for attending. This is our second session on trade at this conference. Trade was never on a tobacco control conference. before 3 years ago. So this is an issue that has truly burst on the scene. While there have been international trade cases dealing with tobacco, off and on for many years, it is fair to say that the trade issue took a much greater prominence and a degree of importance when Philip Morris sued Uruguay and then followed that suit up with the multiple lawsuits against Australia, because it was the first real time that we've seen the international trade system used to threaten, intimidate, and seek to prevent countries from passing truly non-discriminatory measures passed in good faith with the sole and exclusive goal of reducing tobacco use. Since that time, we've learned a great deal. And one of the goals today is to help us put this in perspective. So what we hope to do today are a couple of things. One is to ensure that folks have a better understanding of the nature and type of cases that have been brought. That's partially important because everyone seems to think that every tobacco control measure you pass is in jeopardy. That's not true, as you will see. It is a very narrow, limited set of measures that have been subject to these kinds of threats. Second, the tobacco industry has given so much publicity to this issue that you would think that we had already lost serious and important trade cases. The reality is we haven't lost any of them, and there is every reason to be optimistic about the 2 major cases currently pending. Third, the tobacco industry has used these cases to threaten and intimidate countries into inaction. And one of the things that we hope to do today is provide a roadmap for countries who want to act in order to minimize your risk, but not forestall important and critically important tobacco control measures. We've learned some lessons as a result of these trade cases and the issues raised, which you'll understand better, in terms of how to go about enacting strong new tobacco control measures in ways that are consistent with the trade regulatory system and that will minimize your risk for going forward in doing this. It's one of the reasons why we're delighted to have today's panel, because what we'd really like to come out of today is for everyone to have A, a better understanding of the magnitude of the threat, B, how to minimize the threat, and C, some of the very best examples we have with the countries represented on this panel about how to deal with the tobacco industry when it comes after you as a result of one of these cases. And then lastly, it is going to be very important for us to come up with a global strategy so that the tobacco industry isn't able to use the international trade agreements, which were never designed to forestall purely domestic public health regulation that's adopted in a non-discriminatory manner, so that it's up to us to ensure that we adjust how we do what we do so that we move forward with the important tobacco control mission we have without jeopardizing, without allowing these cases to jeopardize our ability to act. So we really have an unbelievably good panel today to help us address those issues. Countries that have faced the issue foursquare, countries that in developing their own tobacco control regulations provide a true roadmap of best practices about how to go about it, in countries that can provide us a true lessons learned about how to do this in an effective way, driving down tobacco use and keeping the tobacco industry at bay. So with that, let me turn this back over to Armando, and also let me thank WHO for having organized and sponsored both this session and yesterday's workshop.
Thank you, Matt. So we're going to have first a couple of presentations, general presentations, and then we will have an account of several countries' experience in this area: Australia, the UK, Uruguay, and Brazil. But first, as I said, we'll hear from Ben McGrady and Ulrike Schustfiger about some general elements. Ben is a lawyer, Australian, born at least in Australia. He keeps the accent from Australia, so he must be Australian. And He's an author of an important book on trade and public health. He teaches in Georgetown University Law Center and Sydney Law School. And in the last couple of weeks, he's joined WHO as a technical legal officer on trade. And then he will speak about how can governments safeguard the measures taken to implement the WHO FCTC and avoid related litigation. And after that, we'll hear from Ulrike Schutzfeger. She is a legal officer in the Secretariat of the Convention on Tobacco Control, on the FCTC. And she holds a postgraduate degree in law and is qualified to work as a prosecutor, so beware, a litigator and judge in the German legal system. Before joining WHO, Ulrike worked at Germany's federal parliament for 4 years, where she was a consultant to the Speaker of the Parliament and subsequently to a member of parliament of a major political party. There's only two, so you guess which one it is. So with that said, please, Ben, you have the floor, and then we'll introduce the rest of the panel.
Thanks very much, Armando and Matt, for chairing the session. Thanks to everybody for joining us here today. It's great to see such a healthy audience and so much engagement on these very important issues. In my presentation, I'm just going to give a very brief overview of this area that is really intended to place many of the subsequent presentations in context, particularly for those of you in the audience who are not necessarily familiar with international trade and investment law. Given the time, I'm going to be particularly brief, and I'm sure we can come back and explore any issues in more detail in the question and answer period at the end. In terms of general context, the first thing that we need to note is that the World Trade Organization is the central intergovernmental organization concerned with international trade, and the WTO agreement, the central multilateral instrument. It, in its various WTO-covered agreements, elaborates a number of different principles of law relevant to tobacco control, including principles that regulatory interventions should be no more trade restrictive than necessary to achieve a legitimate objective, such as protection of human health, that regulatory interventions should be non-discriminatory. So imported products, for example, shouldn't be treated less favourably than domestic products, and products from one country or another shouldn't be, we shouldn't discriminate between them. In addition to which, the WTO agreement establishes minimum standards for the protection of intellectual property rights, including trademarks, such as trademarks that we see on tobacco packaging. And those minimum standards of protection found in the TRIPS agreement have generated significant controversy and are something that no doubt we'll hear about further from our panelists today. Separate from the WTO system, we have a largely bilateral collection of international investment agreements whereby countries agree to protect the investments of foreign investors from one another. And in this context, we see typical standards of protection against expropriation of property rights, that is, an obligation upon governments to compensate foreign investors in the event that they expropriate the investments of foreign investors, as well as obligations to ensure fair and equitable treatment, non-discrimination, as well as others. As many of you already know, these different agreements have been used in recent times by the tobacco industry to bring claims against Uruguay and Australia. We'll hear more about them from our panel. And to threaten the bringing of claims against other countries. And I would say, just in brief, there are a number of different purposes in bringing these claims. First and foremost, from the industry's behaviour, we can observe an attempt to chill regulation and resist regulation generally, but more specifically to discourage the diffusion of innovative and new policies, such as plain packaging of tobacco products, from one country to another. So preventing this policy spread or diffusion. Second of all, we can observe in their behaviour very concerted attempts to tie up governmental resources and increase the costs of regulation. And then more broadly, both at the political level and through legal claims, we can observe attempts by the industry to challenge the scientific evidence base of common tobacco control measures. Again, to discourage regulation, but then also to seek to have it struck down in courts, both at the domestic and international levels. In the limited time, I can't say much about the different ways in which governments can protect themselves against these risks, but there are a few broad points that I can make, and I'm sure they'll be borne out in the presentations from the panellists today. The first is that whole-of-government approaches are important, particularly in the context of contentious measures such as packaging and labelling measures like plain packaging or product regulation. The second point is that these policy interventions require detail-oriented and evidence-based policy making. And in a sense, some of these policy interventions require significant work by ministries of health and governments in their policy development and planning phase to minimise the risks associated with subsequent claims, both under domestic law and under international trade and investment agreements. And I'm sure we'll hear more about those processes from our panellists. Finally, at the international level, one of the things that we can do is coordinate and cooperate to facilitate policy diffusion. We've heard a lot already about the number of countries lining up to implement plain packaging of tobacco products, and I think this is a great example of where transnational collaboration and coordination by regulators can really have a positive impact on public health. And the final point that I would make is that sustained capacity building with respect to tobacco, international trade and investment is another thing that can be done at the international level. We've tried to do this through WHO, training governments around the world. It's also being done through partnerships such as with the McCabe Centre and FCTC Knowledge Hub. But in some senses, tobacco control is the tip of the NCD's iceberg. It's far more advanced in terms of the regulatory interventions that governments have implemented. And we can observe in tobacco today what we will see in the context of other risk factors for NCDs tomorrow. So we need to both apply approaches that are specific to tobacco control, but also have an eye for what's down the road and implementing sustainable interventions both at the domestic and international levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, for this very succinct explanation. Ulrike, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to use the opportunity in speaking to you today about the recent discussion at the Conference of the Parties, the main gathering of all the governments that have signed up to the FCTC. I would like to not only speak about the very last session that we had in Moscow last year, but I would like to start looking at COP4, when actually it was the first time in Punta del Este in 2010, when the Conference of the Parties really looked in more detail on this connection between tobacco control measures and international trade law and challenges, etc. And this was against, of course, the backdrop of the claim that had been brought just that year, 2010, against the government of Uruguay. And so the parties showed a lot of solidarity in adopting a declaration which makes a number of references which I think we should all remember in our discussions concerning trade and also challenges, and maybe also when we talk to other sectors of government that are not as familiar with these discussions in the public health arena. So parties agreed that the implementation of tobacco control measures should be priority. They voiced concern, of course, that the tobacco industry is taking quite active measures to circumvent tobacco control policy that has been taken by governments. Parties also agreed that public health measures should be adopted, including the regulation of the exercise of intellectual property rights, but that those measures should be in consistency with the TRIPS agreement. Parties also underlined that they have a right to define and implement their public health policies in light of existing international obligations, and of course, most notably in tobacco control, that's the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And lastly, they urged on the international level to call on the UN Interagency Task Force, which at the time was still on tobacco control. Today it's on NCDs, to support the strengthening of multi-sectoral and interagency coordination within the UN system of the implementation of the FCTC. So that was the first discussion at the Conference of the Parties. Now I would like to make reference to the most recent session in Moscow last year, and there were two sets of discussions which led to decisions by the conference, which cover somewhat related but different issues. One was free trade and investment agreements that have been and are being used by the tobacco industry to challenge tobacco control measures. And in that context, parties, first of all, agreed to cooperate with one another to minimize the risk that those agreements that already exist are being made under use of by the tobacco industry. Multi-sectoral collaboration, which I think is going to be one of the key issues in this session, was already very largely discussed by the COP, needs to be promoted more during trade negotiations so that the public health messages are receive more prominence than they do maybe at the moment. The Convention Secretariat has been asked to cooperate with the relevant international organizations, and that's most notably, of course, WTO and also UNCTAD. And for the next session of the conference, the Secretariat was also requested to look at the implications of the impact of trade and investment provisions they have in developing countries on the implementation of the FCTC. So that is going to be probably a comprehensive discussion again at the next session of the conference. Now, the second issue that the conference discussed in Moscow was related to the settlement of disputes between parties to the FCTC. And I would like to remind ourselves that in the current dispute against Australia at the moment in the WTO dispute settlement includes two parties to the FCTC. So currently, two parties to the FCTC are in a dispute against another FCTC party, Australia, under the WTO dispute settlement proceedings. And so that was one of the reasons why this issue of disputes between FCTC parties was discussed. In the FCTC, in Article 27, we have a provision for disputes among parties about the interpretation or application of the convention. Such disputes shall try to be solved through good offices negotiation and mediation. And only in the event that that doesn't lead to solving the conflict, parties shall resort to ad hoc arbitration under procedures to be established and adopted by the conference. Now, the Conference of the Parties has not established such procedures, and for that reason has asked the Convention Secretariat to look at possible options for these procedures, what kind of disputes these procedures could possibly cover, and of course, most importantly, also what would be the connection, the interaction of those procedures to be established under the FCTC for settlement of disputes with already existing mechanisms. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ulrika. I'll turn to Matt for the rest of the session. Matt, all yours.
We're really fortunate. In this case, being sued by the tobacco industry is a reflection of leadership. In the case of each of the four countries represented on the panel today. It is a classic case of you must be doing something right and making a real difference. Otherwise, they wouldn't be bothering you. And there are no 4 countries where that's more true than the panel we have today. So let us start out by asking Nathan Smythe, a representative of the Australian government who has been in the Ministry of Health and worked on the tobacco issue throughout the entire plain packaging development, implementation, and defense, to have the floor. Nathan?
Thank you very much, Matt. And thank you very much for inviting me to share with you the story of Australia's public health fight against the tobacco industry. It's certainly a global challenge that we all share. As Dr. Margaret Chan has starkly described, tobacco use is the world's #1 killer. But recent research in Australia suggests that tobacco will kill as many now as 2/3 of Australian smokers if they don't quit. Previously, that was around the 50% mark. The era of globalisation of policy making by governments is, as you know, incredibly complex, and globalisation also now demands greater policy cooperation between countries to address many of those global challenges. But it's also critical that we engage with civil society groups in terms of how, in the tobacco fight, we defend our legislation in Australia. And I'm sure that's the case with the other countries that are present as well. So in the spirit of that cooperation, I'm pleased to give you an update on where Australia's at in implementing tobacco plain packaging and where we're at in relation to some of our legal challenges. So as you know, over the last 24 years, Australia's tobacco prevalence rates have reduced down from 24.3% in 1991 to our most recent figures in 2013 of 12.8% for daily smoking of people aged 14 and above. And that success has been achieved through many of the synergies created by a comprehensive range of tobacco control initiatives working together over a long period of time, both at the national level and at our state and territory levels in Australia. It's only 2 years ago that plain packaging, a bit over 2 years ago, that plain packaging was implemented in Australia. It feels like 10, I have to admit, but we've certainly come a long way. In Australia, plain packaging applies not only to cigarette products, but all other tobacco products that are sold for retail consumption in Australia, and that includes loose leaf tobacco, cigars, and biddies as well. And there are also restrictions that are placed on the tobacco products themselves. And in our domestic litigation, I want to just highlight one of the comments that was made by legal counsel for Japan Tobacco. And the industry's always maintained that the packaging of their product isn't about attracting new consumers. It's not about marketing their product. It's about brand differentiation. However, their counsel said in Australia's High Court in 2012 that we were taking away their last remaining billboard. And I want to emphasise that, their last remaining billboard. So they acknowledged through that they were also using it as a vehicle for advertising. So what really are the contributors to Australia's success? There's many elements. They're really, I think you've got to look at them, each of them, and you've got to go through that and see how it applies to your own unique circumstances. The industry argued in Australia that Australia's decision to proceed with plain packaging was arbitrary. Nothing could be further from the truth. We took very much an evidence-based, holistic approach. We had leading experts and academics, Mike Daub, who's currently sitting in the room being one of them, who looked at what we were doing and oversighted consumer research into plain packaging, what colours we would use, etc. That's key in terms of that, as well as expanded graphic health designs. We took a whole-of-government approach to the policy development. That is absolutely critical. You've got to get everyone in government on the same page. You can't have different government departments taking a different view. Everyone has to have the same view. And that has been critical, I think, to the success that we've had in Australia. You've also got to have very broad and proper consultation in relation to implementing a measure like this. We publicly released our legislation prior to it being tabled in the Parliament for comment by the public. We received over 256 submissions from a range of organisations, including the tobacco industry. We amended the draft legislation based on those consultations. It went before 2 parliamentary committees in the Australian Parliament who both recommended its passage. And part of that process was we used 24 experimental studies as an evidence base on which to go forward with plain packaging. And finally, there continues to be a very strong focus on education and awareness, particularly amongst the retail sector in Australia. So where are we at in terms of our early success? Well, our opponents, the industry, are saying that it's not working in Australia, but nothing could be further from the truth. The evidence suggests that it is working and that the measure is achieving its public health objectives. And in addition to that, there's been a significant amount of research into tobacco plain packaging, and the early results give an indication that it is having the desired effect. And I think there's a later session with Melanie Wakefield and Michelle Scolo that I would recommend all of you attend in relation to some research that's been done around the introduction in Australia. So on to our legal disputes. So given the effectiveness of our measure, it's not surprising the industry's deployed every trick and every tactic in the book to take us on. And one of their key strategies is litigation. And we've been challenged domestically and internationally in 3 separate fora. And believe me, when you're challenged domestically and internationally in the WTO and investment cases, that can stretch your resources. But I think in Australia, we're in extremely good shape. Domestically, the industry challenged us in the High Court in 2012, and what they claimed was that plain packaging contravened the Australian Constitution on the basis that it was an acquisition of their property, including their intellectual property by the government. But the High Court of Australia found in our favour 6-1 that that was not the case. And we are recovering costs from the industry in relation to that litigation, something that warms the cockles of my heart. We're also facing 2 ongoing international legal challenges, and unfortunately for reasons of confidentiality, I can't be as frank with you as I know you would like me to be. But the first of those is the WTO, and we've had disputes brought on by no fewer than 5 members: Ukraine, Honduras, Dominican Republic, Cuba and Indonesia, and some of those members obviously being signatories to the Framework Convention. All 5 of those complainants claim that our plain packaging measure is inconsistent with a number of obligations under WTO agreements. The claims include a failure to protect trademarks, unjustifiably encumbering the use of trademarks, which is TRIPS Article 20 for those international lawyers in the room, a failure to protect geographical indications, and imposing unnecessary and more trade restrictive than necessary obstacles to international trade. The WTO panel doesn't expect this issue to report before the middle of 2016. So we're in for the long haul there. Ukraine really started the process with us back towards the end of 2011. It is now the largest, in terms of members, global trade dispute in history. 36 parties, not including the 5 states that have brought the complaint against us, which shows that the level of that dispute shows that public health is everybody's business. However, the fact that so many countries also have brought the claim and are involved also highlights the extent to which the tobacco industry exerts influence over nation states. And the industry has even publicly acknowledged that they're funding some of the complainants' lawyers to bring their case against us in the WTO, which gives us pause for consideration of Article 5.3 of the FCTC. And I don't need to go into that here. Our investor-state dispute with Philip Morris is under our Hong Kong-Australia bilateral investment treaty. And as you know, investor-state dispute provisions allow one state to bring a dispute against one party, a commercial interest, to bring a dispute directly against a state in an international tribunal for breach of investment obligations under that treaty. That is a very hotly contested space. I don't have to tell you at the moment in relation to broader trade negotiations that are currently at play. But Philip Morris's primary claim there is that Australia's plain packaging measure has expropriated its investment in intellectual property, that is, its trademarks, and therefore Australia must pay compensation. We've been going in this since Philip Morris stated their intention to bring a claim in June 2011 against us. It's a long time. We're nearly 4 years into this disagreement, and we've only had 3 meetings of the tribunal. The first was in July 2012 in Singapore. The second was February last year in Toronto, and the third one was 3 weeks ago in Singapore. We argued in Toronto that the dispute should be split into 2 sections. The first being a procedural hearing around whether or not there was a jurisdictional objection by Australia, which we've stated, and whether that was accurate. And if required, it might then move on to a merits phase where you go into all of the evidence and bring experts into the room, etc. Philip Morris basically, so what we're still on effectively is technical legal arguments around the introduction of the law and Philip Morris's investment in Philip Morris Australia. So we haven't even got into the merits, and we're nearly 4 years into that process. Their acquisition, Philip Morris's acquisition of shares in Philip Morris Asia, we say was not an investment that was admitted subject to Australia's laws. And one of our key arguments is that Philip Morris made false and misleading statements as to the true reasons behind their acquisition by Philip Morris Asia of their shares in Philip Morris Australia. We say that the real intention of their acquisition of those shares was to position itself to bring the claim against Australia once the legislation had passed. Our second argument is that Philip Morris Asia's claim falls outside the scope of the treaty because it relates to a dispute that was predated their investment, or that their investment is an abuse of right. Their claims are an abuse of right because you can't restructure your investment to gain protection under a treaty. In April 2010, Australia announced its intention to undertake plain packaging. At that point, the tobacco industry said they were going to mount every legal argument in the book and bring litigation against Australia in relation to that. So our view is that the dispute started back in April 2010. They transferred their shares in February 2011, so well and truly after Australia had stated its intentions. So if Australia wins on that jurisdictional phase, then the case can be disposed of. Philip Morris still have an opportunity to appeal to the Singapore High Court if we don't win there. And if we don't win on the jurisdictional phase, we'll go to another merits phase, and that'll take another 2 years at least. And then the 3-member tribunal will decide Australia's or Philip Morris's fate, and you can't appeal the decision of the tribunal. So in all of this, the key thing is that there's a common intellectual property thread throughout it all. And you need to look at your own domestic legislation if you're considering anything like this and the implications and the ramifications through the WTO. So the one thing is it's not possible to litigation-proof your tobacco measures. You can't do that. You only can work it out once you hit a court and find out whether you're bulletproof or not. But the key thing for us is that we would say we've had a very well-resourced team who has been utterly forensic in the approach that we've taken to everything in relation to plain packaging. It takes years off your life fighting the industry, and I'm 22 years old, so I should know. So in conclusion, we're very confident that our plain packaging measure is consistent with Australia's trade and investment obligations and our WTO agreements. It's doing what it's designed to do. It's about improving public health, not for this generation, but for the generations to come. The industry will argue that if a measure doesn't work immediately, it's failed. Nothing could be further from the truth. They don't recognise, or they don't state publicly that, you know, tobacco is a highly addictive substance. So it takes time for people to quit, to get the message through. Everyone in here knows that. But really, it's having a longer-term effect. And we think that one of the key things is, in looking at a comprehensive suite of measures, is the average age of initiation of people of tobacco products. In Australia, that's been rising. The further that rises, it kills the business model of the industry, because they need young addicts to take up the product. And as you know, if you don't take it up by the age of 18, 90% of people do. By the age of 26, if you haven't taken it up, you probably won't. So the industry's business is about making profits. It's not their business to protect the public health, but that's our business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. We're going to save questions for the end so that we can move right along. Our next speaker is Andrew Black, the Acting Deputy Director of Tobacco Control of the Department of Health in the United Kingdom. Andrew, as you well know, is here to talk to us about the fact that on Monday, the House of Lords took the final step by voting for plain packaging in the UK, making it the second country the courage to step forward. Andrew?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your kind invitation, and thank you to Matt and Armando for chairing this session. I have to click on my name here, so let me just do that. That's what we need. Very good. That's right. So I passed the first test. Who would have thought that talking about the law would be so interesting, hey? So thanks very much for your very kind invitation, and I'm very grateful to be asked to share my experiences in this area. So after nearly 10 years of working in tobacco control policy at the Department of Health in London, I've got some stories to tell. So over that time, we have been subject to many court challenges and legal threats from the tobacco industry in relation to our policies. We've been in court for stopping vending machines, for ending tobacco displays in shops, and on smoke-free legislation, and I'm proud that in this time we haven't lost a case. The tobacco industry has also recently launched court action in the United Kingdom with respect to the new European Tobacco Products Directive. Without a doubt, the tobacco industry can be quick to launch legal challenges, but this should not deter governments from acting to protect public health by making tobacco laws and policies that are evidence-based, justified, and proportionate. The good news for public health in the United Kingdom is that on Monday, our Parliament approved new laws for standardised packaging of tobacco products. Our new law has been based, broadly speaking, on that from Australia, including the standard colour that will need to be used. Standardised packaging will be required from May next year, and shops will have 1 year to sell through their old stock. We're all here because we know how harmful smoking is. In the United Kingdom, smoking causes around 100,000 premature deaths a year. Smoking holds us back in our fight against cancer, places unnecessary burdens on our National Health Service, and is a major cause of health inequalities. Having looked carefully at the evidence and the range of arguments, our health ministers in the United Kingdom are clear that standardised packaging is highly likely to bring health benefits, and that it should be a key element of our tobacco control strategy. The government has been very careful and has taken a deliberate approach to decision-making on standardised packaging. There's been extensive engagement with the public and with stakeholders on the policy, including 2 significant public consultations. Health ministers also commissioned Sir Cyril Chandler, an eminent paediatrician and medical researcher in our country, to undertake an independent review into whether standardised packaging would be likely to have an effect on public health, particularly in relation to children. The Department of Health carefully considered all of the relevant evidence, responses to consultation and other relevant information, including the policy's potential unintended consequences, in coming to the decision to move forward. We also looked carefully at whether there were any less restrictive measures available, and we found that there were no other measures that would achieve our policy aims. We've finalised an impact assessment that looked in detail at the costs and benefits to come from standardised packaging. And from this, the government concluded that the introduction of standardised packaging would have a significant economic benefit through reduced smoking rates. We believe that standardised packaging is a justified and proportionate response to the major and ongoing public health challenge from tobacco, and that new laws will be defensible in the courts. We've heard the argument many times from the tobacco industry and their supporters that the United Kingdom should wait for Australia's litigation to conclude before we proceed with standardised packaging. Every country's circumstances, legal framework and legislative proposals are different. As we've heard from Nathan, the various international proceedings against Australia's plain packaging legislation are expected to take many years to resolve. If countries were to wait for the results of those actions against Australia, that would very much play into the tobacco industry's tactics and would unnecessarily delay getting these important public health measures into place. But we do recognise the reality that there are legal risks associated with standardised packaging. Our experience tells us that the tobacco industry are prepared to put huge resources into bringing legal challenges against tobacco control measures, and we are prepared for that. Yes, the tobacco companies have already made threats that they intend to legally challenge our new standardised packaging laws, but our ministers have been very clear that we will defend our new laws robustly and that we have powerful arguments in our favour. I can say that we wouldn't be proceeding with standardised packaging in the United Kingdom if we did not believe the laws to be defensible in the courts. Our Public Health Minister told Parliament last week that we cannot allow public health policy to be determined by the threats of legal action and by the vested interests of the tobacco industry. For us, the UK government sets the UK's public health agenda, and the sooner we act, the sooner the health benefits will accrue. I want to finish by offering our support and encouragement to any country considering moving ahead with standardised packaging. So please get in touch if we can help. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ambassador Carlos Gianelli. Ambassador Gianelli was the ambassador to the United States at the time that Uruguay took the important step forward of both expanding its health warnings and prohibiting tobacco companies from marketing more than one version of any brand of cigarettes in Uruguay, prompting the first real major lawsuit. And we're also delighted that Ambassador Gianelli has just again been named the ambassador to the United States and will be returning, so that he will have been there at the beginning and will be there when they win. Ambassador Gianelli.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Matt, for your warm presentation. And I would like, first of all, to thank WHO and Bloomberg Foundation to give my country the opportunity to be present here in this important event. I would like to say that I will follow my presentations as Ben McGrady from the WHO suggests me. First, how is our experience in defending the Philip Morris investment treaty claim concerning tobacco packaging and labeling measures? The second part will be what lessons we learn in this process that could be useful for other countries treating it with similar claims. Coming to the case of Philip Morris versus Uruguay. First of all, I would like to make a first remark. As this is a pending arbitration case, I will not make any reference to the substantive arguments being advanced by the parties. Instead, I will explain as to where do we stand today and the main reasons why Philip Morris is demanding our country. Both parties so far submitted and exchanged written memorials on jurisdiction. The arbitral tribunal had decided that all the requirements for jurisdiction were fulfilled. In particular, that Phyllis Morris had complained with exhaustion of local remedies envisaged in the 1992 Uruguay-Switzerland bilateral investment treaty, which is, by the way, the legal base that Phyllis Morris is using against our country. Maybe it sounds strange for the public present here that an American transnational company can sue our country using the Uruguay-Switzerland's BIT instead of using the one that Uruguay has with the United States. It is incredible, but the current international investment system allows companies to structure business in a way that if they move headquarters or branches to another country, they could be protected by the BICs enforced with third parties. Now we are in the substantive phase of the trial, and both parts already submit the memorial and counter-memorial, pending only the rejoinder phase, the oral proceedings, and the final award. We believe that the case will last 1 year more roughly. So we were obliged to litigate more than 5 years, but we accepted the challenge because we are strongly committed to implement the goals of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the FCTC. Let me say now why we believe Phyllis Morris is demanding Uruguay. As you know, the FCTC is the WHO most important multilateral tool created to reduce the universal pandemic of tobacco, which provokes diseases and kills millions of consumers per year. It is well known that Uruguay has a very clear international leadership implementing measures to comply with the FCTC in order to reduce tobacco consumption at the domestic level. The current figures that we have are showing that measures taken by the government of Uruguay since 2005, the ones that are being challenged by Phyllis Morris, were very effective to reduce tobacco consumption in my country. We believe that the intention of Phyllis Morris was to stop Uruguay's commitment with the FCTC and to create a leading case. If Uruguay had decided to drop its tobacco control law and settle with Phyllis Morris 4 years ago, when this lawsuit started, Phyllis Morris would have taken this action as an example to refrain other important states to take the same or more drastic measures to control tobacco consumption. They speculated that an unknown, small, a relatively poor country like Uruguay would not continue with the case, and probably they think Uruguay will try to settle it. Fortunately, Phyllis Morris failed in its pretension because Uruguay decided to continue litigating till now. After almost 5 years that this claim has started, the Uruguayan measures that have been challenged by Phyllis Morris are less drastic now as appeared to be years ago. Today, other countries are passing more strong measures. Therefore, the supposed leading case is starting to be vanished. The measures that Phyllis Morris are challenging are the requirement that warning labels cover 80% of the front and back of cigarette packages and the single presentation requirement measures. Both measures are now less drastic than the plain packaging requirement adopted by Australia, or the warning labels covering 85% or more of packages. I will not enter in the consideration of these two measures since I am not an expert in public health. I am an international lawyer by the fact. But certainly we put forward in the lawsuit very strong arguments to defend the application of those measures on the basis that the state have the duty of protect the public health of the population and human rights like the right to live. As usual, the main instrument that is being used by the tobacco industries in general, and Phyllis Morris in particular in this case against our country, is the legal challenge. They try to benefit from the goals to promote free trade and to protect the rights of investors, which are the main objectives of BITs in general. But in reality, the main objective in this case, it is only to attempt to block tobacco regulation and discourage other countries to take similar regulations. As had just stated by our principal legal counselor, and I quote, "The tobacco companies use all their power to keep the governments from informing the population about the effects of the tobacco, including arbitration over investment to obstruct or postpone the adoption of important measures of public health." The government of Uruguay always underscored at all levels that this case is about Uruguay's right to protect public health by regulating the unique nature of tobacco. Ira Shapiro, in his famous and wonderful article, Treating Cigarettes as an Exception to Trade Rules, remarked that, I open quotations, "The very fact that tobacco products are so little, even when they are consumed in a normal way, set them apart from other products in commerce and requires that they be treated as an exception to ordinary trade rules," I close quotation. So in conclusion, because this unique nature of tobacco is that Uruguay reivindicates its right to legislate on the question of public policy interest, and in particular, to exercise its sovereign capacity to protect public health in this case. Let me now enter in the second point of my presentation. That's to say, lessons learned for other countries threatened with similar claims. BITs have been negotiated since the 80s and the 90s by developing countries pursuing the main goal of promoting prosperity and protecting at the same time investors from expropriation by governments. That is why the countries that are used to sign those instruments allow companies to demand directly from arbitral tribunals instead of having to convince a state to start a trial. Today, there are more than 3,000 treaties enforcing the world. Uruguay was not the exception, and we signed about 20 BITs in the same decades. As we mentioned above, the tobacco companies are using the benefits of free trade that BITs could provide to investors in their favor, of course. They try to include in the protection a product like tobacco, which in our view deserves a special treatment because of its dangerous nature. So our first suggestion is that it's convenient for countries that are negotiating new BITs to attempt to exclude tobacco from different parts of the BITs. Malaysia, for instance, have done that under the Asian Free Trade Agreement. In Australia, in its peace with the United States, excluded the sale and distribution of tobacco products from its services schedule. In light with what I have just said above, it will be very relevant as well to support the effort of Malaysia for a tobacco carve-out in its Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations. In the last conference of the parties of the FCTC in Moscow last year, Malaysia presented a draft resolution in that direction, which finally did not succeed. Anyway, it will create an important precedent for future multilateral instances. In the same forum has been passed a decision proposed by my country, which requests the Secretariat of the FCTC to prepare a report about possible procedures for settling disputes concerning the interpretation or application of the Convention to implement Article 27, literal B. It will be, in our opinion, very important for the FCTC member states to have in the future their own settlement mechanism to avoid that tobacco dispute could be solved only in VITs or in the World Trade Organization dispute settlement system. Based on our experience regarding the content of these instruments, it will be advisable for sovereign states negotiating future VITs to exclude as well the possibility that arbitral tribunals can import a most favored clause procedural requirement treatment from another VIT, bypassing the requirement of bringing its claim first before local precedents, as has been decided in several awards in past years. In the second term, there is a great concern as well in the international community that the vague language of standards like the fair and equitable treatment, the famous FET, leaves the door open to lax interpretation by arbitrators from different tribunals, which have been eroded too much the power of states to regulate on public policies in recent awards. Finally, we should be very careful with some wording in future BITs regarding the issue of expropriation. We have to negotiate to state clearly about the concept of indirect expropriation in the case of intellectual rights. This concept is not acceptable and might open the door in legal claims to multimillionary compensations. In our view, it is very clear that there is a need to work hard at the multilateral system to create ways and means to maintain coherence in the international investment system to promote development. We believe that the best way of doing this is trying to keep a balance between the need of receiving investments for development and the rights of states to protect the public interest. That is why we are suggesting here to review the standards of protection just mentioned and creating language to clarify these issues in future instruments to be negotiated or renegotiated. Finally, of course, I have to remark that the multinational companies could continue taking advantage of the expansivity and complexity of the international investment system today, but it's in our duty to stop this abusive trend in favor of the protection of the health of the entire population. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
And our fourth speaker, with a consistent pattern of all four of these countries, have over the course of the last 15 years enacted a series of comprehensive tobacco control measures that have been among the most successful around the globe in driving down tobacco use. In Brazil, the home of our final speaker, is a classic example of that. Boni de Moraes Soares is a state attorney in Brazil, and since 2012, he's acted as the director of the International Department within the Attorney General's office, overseeing FCTC compliance and defense. Boni?
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to join you all here in Abu Dhabi. Thank you for having me in this panel. Let me also thank Dr. Vera da Costa Silva for inviting me to be here. Well, I think my presentation comes to put some different colors in this big picture. Maybe that's why I'm the last one. Because considering the Brazilian experience on facing legal battles against tobacco control measures, we see that these legal battles goes beyond measures related to trade and investment agreements. These legal battles goes beyond plain packaging, placing of warnings, and this kind of problems Uruguay and Australia are facing nowadays in some international dispute settlement mechanisms. In the end, the Brazilian experience shows us that industry, the tobacco companies, can bring legal actions against a wide range of measures of implementation of FCTC, and we should be ready to respond to that. Let me give you an example of legal action related to Article 8 of the Convention. As we know, Article 8 of FCTC establishes that states parties should adopt measures, administrative measures, legislative measures, to protect people from exposure to tobacco smoke. So we should prohibit smoking in indoor workplaces, indoor public places, public transport, and so on. And we had a case when implementing these measures in Brazil, brought by the National Association of Bars and Restaurants against the state of São Paulo, saying that basically the state of São Paulo had no legal authority to pass a law prohibiting the smoking in indoor places. In the end, the Court of Appeal upheld the law as constitutional, so the measure could be enforced. Another case, still regarding Article 8, was brought by Souza Cruz, which is the biggest Brazilian tobacco company, against the National Health Surveillance Agency, the Anvisa, and the legal action came against the prohibition of smoking areas in the international airport of Rio de Janeiro. Again, we had a long battle going through the first instance until the Superior Court of Justice in Brazil, and in the end, that court granted our appeal to uphold the administrative measure, so the prohibition came into force in the end. Regarding Article 9 of the Convention, we also had problems in our courts. Article 9, as we know, is about the regulation of contents of tobacco products, and in that regard, after approving a resolution, Anvisa was brought to the courts by the National Confederation of Industry because the CNI, the National Confederation of Industry, was questioning the a federal law passed in 1999 and the Anvisa's resolution passed in 2012, which bans the use of additives and flavories in cigarettes. CNI argued federal law is unconstitutional and argued also that Anvisa has no legal authority to rule on banning additives and that the rule was not supported by any scientific evidence as to their health effects. The Supreme Court of Brazil granted a preliminary injunction to suspend the resolution, and the case now is still pending before the Supreme Court. If anybody here asks me to say, Bonnie, which case in Brazil, which legal action in Brazil is the most problematic one, which is the biggest threat against tobacco control measures in Brazil, I would answer this one. This one is the most problematic case we have nowadays, and you see, is against the prohibition of additives, of flavoring cigarettes, which is somehow different from the big concerns of other countries as we got from this panel. Regarding Article 11 of the Convention, which is about packaging and labeling, we also had a case brought by Philip Morris, Brazil, against the prohibition or the necessity of placing warnings in cigarette packs. In the end, the court ruled in favor of the Brazilian National Health Surveillance Agency, Anvisa, in order that Philip Morris Brazil should immediately place warnings on its cigarette packs. We also had a case regarding Article 11 brought by the Federal Prosecutor's Office in Brazil against the federal government and against Anvisa, questioning the measures to determine the placing of warnings in the cigarette packs, and the federal prosecutors were basically saying that that measure was unconstitutional and violated the constitutional right to human dignity, saying that the pictures displayed were shocking and insulted the smokers. But in the end, favorably, the court ruled in favor of the union, the federal power, and the Anvisa, upholding the law as constitutional. And this case brings us to a curious situation of having public institutions in both sides of the legal action. You see, in this case, we don't have the tobacco industry bringing an action against the federal government or the government. We have federal prosecutors bringing an action, which brings us the need of more coordination between our public institutions, exactly to avoid this kind of situation. I'm sure everybody in that case were presumably in favor of the public interest, and a more coordination should be done in order to avoid this kind of conflict of views before the courts. And finally, regarding Article 18 of the Convention, we had a case brought by a tobacco grower against the Brazilian Institution of Environment and Natural Resources, in which the plaintiff brought an action against an administrative decision to cease tobacco production cultivated illegally in areas of permanent preservation. The federal court granted a preliminary injunction to the plaintiff, but in the end, the Court of Appeal upheld the administrative decision so it could come into force. After a short presentation of this package of legal actions, we can have some preliminary conclusions. First of all, besides the legal actions brought by the industry in the international dispute settlement mechanisms, what we saw from the Uruguayan and the Australian presentations, we have a lot of domestic legal actions as well. And we should be aware that those legal actions are extremely coordinated in the industry side. Do you have any doubts that Philip Morris Brazil brought the pretty much same arguments that Philip Morris brought against Uruguay before ICSID? I don't. So it should be coordinated as well. The government should be coordinated to respond to those legal actions as long as the industry is coordinated. Once I met a lawyer from Philip Morris in WTO, in some WTO discussions, and a couple of weeks later, I met a lawyer of Philip Morris Brazil in Brasilia, my country, and I was just surprised to see that, they present their arguments in the same order, in the same manner, precisely in the same way, and I was just like, oh, I think if I would trying to defend the measures applied by the government, I wouldn't do in such a coordinated way like they do. So let's move forward in the direction of more coordination between the states. I see some development in that area. We had noticed a good talks between countries already involved in this kind of disputes, but I think there are too much room for developing more coordination among countries. I would love to discuss more about these interactions between domestic legal disputes and international legal disputes, but I think my time is just about to be finished. So I will leave that for the next opportunity. Thank you so much for your attention. Hope to be here in other opportunities to discuss more with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I didn't think it would happen, but we actually made up 10 of the 20 minutes. So I thank each of our speakers for doing that and helping us. The mics are open for people who have specific questions that they would like to follow up on to any one of our speakers. I'd like to just say, I think there was a set of common themes about how artfully and thoughtfully each of the 4 countries went about adopting their tobacco control measures, which I think is a very, very important lesson. Nathan kicked it off for us that way, but it was resonated through each and every speaker, which is each of the countries adopted a comprehensive approach as they moved forward. Each carefully looked at the data in their own country. Each relied on the leading experts, not only in their country, but often outside of their country as well. Each took a careful look at the science that had been previously developed, not for the purpose of defending a case, but for making sure that they were doing the most effective things and the most logical things going forward. Each, incredibly importantly, involved people outside the Ministry of Health in a whole-of-government approach, so all of government was engaged and supportive of the action, and so that they had the advice from the Attorney General's office, so they did a forensic approach, so they had advice from their trade ministry, so that they understood the trade issues that they would face. Each involved an open and democratic process, so that there was plenty of opportunity for public input, which both produced a better product and a more defensible product. And each has put in place systems for monitoring the results of what they did, so that when later false accusations by the industry could be put forth that the policies had no effect, there was solid objective data to refute that. Of course, if in fact these policies had no significant effect, the industry wouldn't be suing them with regard to that. So I think it's one of the grand arguments that they're claiming massive damages for something they claim had no effect whatsoever. Only the tobacco industry could say that with a straight face. Chris, do you have a question?
Is that working? Great. I'd like to first thank the panel, and I realize that everybody thanks the panel is pro forma, but I'm doing this for another reason, because I'm going to hopefully get frank in a minute. But as representative of your government, I just want to say you are my heroes, and I thank you for moving forward on these things. But I do have a very serious question and comment to bring to the panel's attention. When I saw the final agenda for this week, I was thrilled to see how much time was being devoted to the trade topic. And as Matt pointed out in the beginning, it was only last World Conference that we first seriously began to discuss this, although someone mentioned that long ago we did. I know that when I first started in tobacco control in 2001 at the negotiations, trade came up. So this has been an issue that's been thought about for a long, long time. But I wanted to comment a bit on what Ambassador Gianelli was saying and ask the panel to discuss more seriously the problem of regulatory chill in the world. It's fantastic that well-resourced countries are able to put the resources into the research in advance and to the legal defense afterwards to move forward on these cutting-edge tobacco control measures. But we already know that countries like Togo have been stopped from moving forward on plain packaging because of the threat of a trade suit. And we don't know how many countries that has been applicable to, because governments are understandably embarrassed that they have to pull it back from something they know is good for their country because they cannot afford to defend themselves, even with the knowledge that they will probably win. So I just wanted to bring that to the panel's attention and ask for you to comment on what can we do to allow the world's lower and middle income countries to move forward on tobacco control measures. And I also want to put a call to action to this group. The World Conference in 2012 did take a very firm stand on what to do about trade and tobacco, but the public health community globally still has not. And I want to bring back something that Ambassador Gianelli said about the COP that happened just in October in Moscow, when Malaysia, backed by the Philippines and Thailand and other countries, brought forward a statement saying that countries ought to at least consider exempting tobacco from their future trade and investment agreements. And I don't mean any offense, but only one country represented on the panel today didn't oppose that resolution amongst the COP. And I thank Uruguay for not being one of those countries, but I wonder if somebody could comment on how we can get a more whole-of-government approach to this.
So let me try to narrow it to a very specific question. One is, how do we help offset regulatory chills in countries that don't have the kind of resources that some of those here do have? And I think Uruguay would say it's a compliment that you think they have those kind of resources as a country of only 3.2 million. And second, how do we galvanize more support for assisting countries moving forward so that there is not regulatory chill? Could I ask any of the panel members who would like to respond? Andrew?
I think that's already on. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's great. Let me address the second question, I think, which is how do we assist countries that are looking to move forward, not only on standardised packaging, but on any tobacco control policy, tobacco control law. The FCTC includes obligations for parties to exchange information and to provide assistance to other parties. And using the example of standardised packaging, I know that Australia, as well as the United Kingdom, have undertaken extensive amount of work in terms of compiling the evidence and the arguments and considering the legal aspects as well. And I think it's important that we support each other in the international community and that governments reach out to other governments who are wanting to move forward with this work and provide assistance where possible, because there's no point in reinventing work that's already been done. And I know that Australia's given us a lot of help, and we're grateful for that. And we're wanting to pass on our assistance to any countries that are looking to move forward as well. What I would say on standardised packaging is that it is a measure that does fit in within a comprehensive tobacco control strategy. So the advice that I would give to any country wanting to move forward is to think about how standardised packaging as a specific policy would fit within a broader comprehensive tobacco control strategy. So they're my comments, thanks.
Anybody else want to speak to that? Bonnie?
Thank you. Still regarding this second question, I would just like to draw the attention of people around here that when we talk about preparation, any help to developing countries to adopt measures in the implementation of FCTC, we should consider that the work that has been done has to cover not only the measures, the studies, preparation work to adopt the regulatory measure, but also to protect that measure before the judiciary branch once it is challenged by the industry. Because from our experience in Brazil, no matter how well done is a measure by the executive branch, when it comes in force, the industry goes before the court asking an injunction to suspend the measure, and then we have to come back to fight against a preliminary injunction, suspending that measure, and then it takes months, maybe years, to get finally that measure in force. So the whole preparation should cover not only the adoption of the measure itself, but also the protection of the measure before the courts once it is disputed by the industry.
Ben, do you want?
Yeah, just quickly, I guess from the WHO perspective, and Armando might want to add to this, with respect to these questions of regulatory chill, WHO has been working over the past couple of years to address it. We did workshops on trade, investment and tobacco control in all 6 of the regions, training government officials from over 85 countries, as well as producing publications on the issues. It's fair to say, however, that this is something that requires a generation of change, that the capacity constraints in some countries are so great that we need to engage in a significant amount of capacity building and training in order to bring those countries to a level where they're going to feel emboldened and powerful enough to take on the industry in really complex policy areas. So I guess we are working on both building capacity and also providing technical assistance in the event that countries need it with respect to specific interventions.
I'd just like to add, I think both Uruguay and Australia have been models in sharing the scientific evidence that they used for developing their tobacco control policies so that countries don't have to reinvent the wheel with regard to that. Let me turn now to Molly. Do you want to have a question?
Yes.
Oh, we have there first. I apologize.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm in your blind angle, actually. So thank you very much for the panel for this question. Actually, I'm not a panelist here, but I think also the same question has been risen regarding Article 19. I think there was some request for WHO to form a pool of experts that could extend assistance to low and middle income developing countries. But coming back to my own questions, Oman is part of the panel which will be hearing the case against Australia and the other 5 countries. I just would like to ask the Australian delegation, or the gentleman from Australia, what is the weight of the third party in this dispute which has been risen, and we are being a third party in your dispute? The second thing I would like to ask the panel is that any measure we would like to implement regarding FCTC, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry tells us that we have to do notification and wait for 60 days. Is that applicable to every single measure, even changing specification, changing the pictorial health warnings, etc., etc., etc.? I would like an answer on these 2, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. the third parties receive all of the documents that are submitted into the WTO case, so they are fully aware of all of the information. They sit in on the hearings. Those hearings are confidential, but it really stands on the weight of the evidence that's presented by Australia, and also the counter evidence, I suppose, that's presented by the other parties to the agreement. Substantial documents obviously at play here, and third parties, some of them have declared their position as to whether or not they are supporting Australia's case or whether they're against us. Quite a number of them are neutral because they're interested parties in seeing where the arguments lie and how that might be applicable to their own national circumstances. In relation to the notification and the 60-day issues, I think that's more relevant to your own individual country issues. In Australia, we have certain periods of that we need to undergo consultation with in relation to legislation or regulations and the like. But generally, our approach has always been to have periods of open consultation. I think it's important to get the views of all interested parties and then to make a decision based on, I suppose, the balanced approach. And that's why, as I said earlier, we amended our legislation based on some concerns by the retail sector in Australia. And we also later amended our legislation based on some concerns even by the tobacco manufacturers into how they would be printing some of their packaging.
I think the second question was a slightly different one, which was, when does a country have to notify WTO in advance during that process?
So in that regard, there is a mandatory 60-day consultation period that takes place. Ben's probably more au fait with some of the procedural issues with regard to the WTO, but you enter into a consultation period, and if that point you are unable to reach an agreement, you can go before the Trade Disputes Panel and bring a case against the country. A country can reject that, but at the second time a country brings forward a case or a dispute against you, you are unable to reject that, and it then goes to a panel.
Ben, did you want to comment? We can discuss that afterwards. Okay.
Yes, I'm Dr. Molicia from Malaysia. Yeah, I noticed that the approaches taken to litigation, to facing litigation by all the countries is similar in concept to treatment rather than prevention. Okay, now, and of course you're not in one of the countries that are participating in the negotiations on the multilateral trade agreement currently. And let me just ask you a question. How would you deal with this if you're a party to it? Article AA 2.2 of the Trans-Pacific Partnership states, in relation to other agreements in the initial provision and general definitions chapter, states that this proposal, the TPPA, specifies that in the event of any inconsistency between the TPP and another existing international agreement to which all parties are party to, the TPP shall prevail to the extent that the inconsistencies, except as otherwise provided for in the TPP. How would you address that if you're faced with that article? Thank you.
Tough questions. I don't have the text of the TPP before me, and I'm not one of our... Sure, but I'm not aware of where that text is up to because it's constantly changing because it's currently being negotiated. But it's fair to say that our Trade Minister has said that Australia won't be agreeing to any conditions that diminish our national interest or against Australia's national interest. So I'd prefer to leave my response at that because, as I said, it's been conducted by our Trade and Foreign Office, and I'm not particularly aware of that paragraph that you've just referred to.
We're 5 minutes over time, so what I'm going to suggest is there's 3 of you standing to ask a question. Could I ask each of you to ask the question and let your question in less than a minute? We'll take all 3 questions and then give the panel an opportunity to respond. And then if you have follow-up questions, we can take them after we adjourn. But just out of concern, out of time. So the fellow standing in behind the second mic has been standing there the longest, so why don't you ask your question? We'll take all three, and then...
Sure. It also emerges out of the Malaysia initiatives in TPP and COP context, but it's a bit of a broader one, which is that the presentations have been framed around conflicts between the tobacco industry and tobacco control, but this is also hugely divisive within tobacco control, and there are a few people on the panel who bear the scars of discussions at COPs. And really, it's a question about whether there are ways in which work can be done ahead of COPs to make this discussion around these issues rather less frustrating and painful than they have been over the last few meetings. And secondly, given that this is the theme of this conference is tobacco control and NCDs, the Malaysia proposal again highlights the difficulty of thinking in more coordinated ways, because certainly there are a lot of people in alcohol and food policy issues who are very concerned about the idea of a carve-out for tobacco, and any responses from the panel would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Too short. Paula Snowden, New Zealand. One question. How many countries do you think we would need to introduce plain packaging to nudge the WTO into a marriage with the WHO? And if we know that number, should we set ourselves a target for the next conference?
First of all, I would like to thank my heroes also who are here today, and I'm very happy that WHO has taken in Ben McGrady, because we really need him at this point in time. I would have made many comments, but I will restrict my comments into the questions I needed to ask. One is that the Ministry of Health is the lead in tobacco control. The Ministry of Trade in our countries are supposed to promote trade and investments. Sometimes it becomes a conflict for them to speak the same voice with us because they have a responsibility to promote trade, and tobacco industry really penetrates their system and they understand them better and they understand each other better. How best can the WHO and the FCTC Secretariat help member states by bringing out a fact sheet or a policy brief on tobacco and trade so that we can make reference to and counter actually the arguments that the industry brings along, and also the questions that the Ministry of Trade and the trade sector in our countries are asking us. So we need a simplified response to their question.
I apologize. Let me ask you to save your second question for an individual later on, since we're now running 8 minutes over, and we'll do the 3 questions. One is, how do we get the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Health to speak off of the same page? The second question, is there such a thing as a certain number of countries that we need that pushes this over the top, or is that not the case? And a third question, which I will narrow just for the sake of it, and that is there a way to better coordinate how we approach the COP to address these issues in a more systematic, less controversial way? So I will throw all 3 of those open to the panel and ask if you have any thoughts.
Andrew's looking at me. It's terrible. The experience in Australia in relation to the third question around trade and health is that we spend a lot of time in health talking over the evidence around the dangers of tobacco with other relevant government authorities, so that by the time the government was bringing forward the legislation, as I said, we were with one voice in relation to all government departments that were signed up. We knew that we were going to face challenges by the industry. They'd already forewarned us that that was going to be the case. So we required our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who handle our trade disputes in the WTO, to basically be on side, and they have been utterly superb, as have our Attorney General's Department, who handle all of our litigation aspects. They've been totally in tune with us. We've worked very cooperatively and collaboratively, and we set up mechanisms across government to ensure that there was one position taken by all government agencies. On the other question, I can't really comment on how many plain packaging measures taken by countries are going to lead to a marriage between the WHO and the WTO. It's a very interesting marriage. we would just say from Australia's point of view that it is up to an individual sovereign state as to whether or not they want to take forward plain packaging, and it's very much up to the individual circumstances of that country where they are on the tobacco control curve. We're certainly encouraged by the decisions of Ireland and the United Kingdom to move forward with plain packaging. Happy to work with them, and the same would go for other countries that might take the
Can I just add one thing? I think the key thing for WTO is that the countries that act do it wisely, thoughtfully, carefully, and have a sound basis for it, so that we're sure that the cases that get presented to the WHO are cases that will win. And the good thing about the fact that the cases that are currently pending and about the manner in which both Ireland and the UK have gone forward is that they have done it in a thoughtful, systematic, democratic way based upon the best available science. So they give us the best opportunity so that if other countries follow, one of the things I think there's probably a consensus on the panel is that those countries need to go through the same thoughtful, carefully, scientifically based process so that we don't give the tobacco industry an easy case to defeat us out of a desire to rush forward in haste. Right now, I think I would say, in a compliment to each of these countries, they have positioned us in the best possible way to have the most likely victory for both plain packaging, large graphic warning labels, and if the tobacco industry ever dares take Brazil forward on the additives issue, on that important issue as well. I apologize for cutting us all off, and I want to turn it back to Armando to close the session.
Well, actually, we have the presenters from the next sessions here, so I'll be very brief. I thank you very much for coming, and especially to all presenters. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. If the colleagues at the door, yeah, just close the door, please. Thank you. My name is Ahmed Ogwel. I work with the World Health Organization. I'm the regional advisor for tobacco control in the WHO Regional Office for Africa. And together with Heather here, we are going to co-chair today. If she can introduce herself.
Hello, I'm Heather Whipfley, and I am with the University of Southern California.
Thank you, Heather. It's really good to see so many people interested in this new area of work, particularly an area that has not yet been part of a public discussion within the tobacco control arena. And I think it is good that we are taking this discussion to the next level in as far as technology is concerned to contribute to public health. In fact, I think it is very likely that, no, I am actually sure that there are more gadgets in this room than people, particularly mobile phones and other communication gadgets. And in fact, it is now quite well known that there are more phones, mobile phones in the world than there are human beings. So we are really living in a connected world, and we need to find a way of using this new technology to try and contribute to public health, whether it is managing disease or monitoring it, etc. and etc. Tobacco addiction is a condition that requires a relatively long-term treatment, and management and support needs to be constant, particularly in the early stages when a tobacco user starts the process of quitting. It makes, therefore, a tobacco user quite an ideal candidate to benefit from some of the support that mHealth can be able to offer. These include increased access, quality of care, and cost effectiveness of an intervention. Current health systems do not have enough human resource, and that one we know quite well. Indeed, even the financial resource is not enough. Therefore, if we can be able to find an intervention that can lower the costs of making messages and treatment reach those who need it, it will be that much better for public health. There is a very strong case, therefore, of using ICT for tobacco control, particularly in primary care, mainly in the areas of raising awareness, intensive support for those who need it, and engaging the population with relevant information in tobacco control. Mobile phone text messaging services have been used to provide smoking cessation services in places like Costa Rica, and in smaller scale in the UK, the US, New Zealand, Australia, amongst others. More countries are actually now joining the list of those who are interested. There's therefore a real possibility of blending disease programs that use mHealth as a delivery channel, and this is being witnessed in the new mHealth initiative that is being run jointly between WHO and ITU, the International Telecommunications Union. These two UN agencies have come together to incubate and scale up national programs using mobile technology to prevent, diagnose, and treat NCDs. This global initiative is called Be Healthy, Be Mobile, and is leading cross-sectoral collaboration to combat NCDs by using mobile technology in countries from across all income and geographical areas. The initiative uses mobile phone technology to deliver disease prevention and management information directly to patients and strengthens health systems by providing training to health workers. It is also working to change attitudes towards common chronic diseases and their risk factors in the broader public mindset by encouraging healthy behaviors to reduce the long-term risk diseases such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease. The initiative directly supports governments in sharing best practices for M-Health interventions and is based on existing clinical evidence from all over the world. The results and experiences of each country's program are then fed back into the initiative, and the developments are further refined to support similar such work in other countries. The initiative relies on multi-sectoral approach to deliver the best technological and health resources available with bilateral development partners, academia, international organizations, and relevant members of the private sector are also involved. The tobacco industry is not. So far, 8 countries have signed up, and these include Costa Rica, Norway, Philippines, Senegal, Tunisia, the United Kingdom, Zambia, and India, and there's key interest that has been shown from 35 other governments, and we are sure that the list will grow as this information gets out and the benefits are shared. Be Healthy, Be Mobile has developed toolkits for M cessation and M diabetes, and is in the process of developing toolkits for M hypertension, M wellness, and M cervical cancer, with additional technical guides for M Health national technology and monitoring and evaluation, all of which should be ready for public use by the end of this year. Partners have also joined, and this is all the way from pharma, telecommunications, development banks, academia, and NGOs as well. The experiences, the various partners, their experiences have concretely proven how tobacco control services using mobile phones can be foundations for mobile-based programs in multiple other disease areas, whether it is in NCDs or other areas. For example, in Senegal, the platform for diabetes awareness was transferred during the Ebola problem in that country, and messages on Ebola prevention were actually transmitted through that particular platform. So you can see how NCDs and communicable diseases can actually easily be interchanged so long as the public are the ones that are receiving the messages and benefiting. This example provided a real-world demonstration of how agnostic and how flexible the technology is, and we hope that other areas can be able to benefit from the same platform. But I think that is enough talking, and we can now go into introducing the session. By the end of the next hour or so, 1 hour and a half, we aim to develop a clear understanding not only of what the technology is and what it is capable of, but also what it is not capable of. Successful application of an M cessation program where the technology is virtually the easiest part. The challenge lies in the partnerships, the outreach, and organization of how it is going to be used at national level. The World Health Organization and ITU have already supported the first national M cessation program in the world in Costa Rica, and will be helping to extend these services to the Philippines and Tunisia by the end of this year. Now for this session, we have a very distinguished panel here. The ambassador from Costa Rica, Elaine White, the Assistant Secretary of Health from Philippines, Dr. Pauline Rossel Obial. I'm told she'll be coming in a little while. Professor Lorian Abrams from the College of Washington, from the George Washington University, and Katie Dane, the Executive Director of the NCD Alliance. And of course, to the extreme of the table is Dr. Vinayak Prasad, senior advisor and representative of the Be Healthy, Be Mobile team from WHO, will be sharing with us some good knowledge this afternoon, after which we will ask them some difficult questions, I hope. But without wasting too much time, let's invite the first speaker, Dr. Lorianne Abrams, to share with us what is cessation and does cessation really work. Well.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming. So I'm going to be talking about mobile phones and smoking cessation, the evidence. I want to mention that Text to Quit, a program I'll be talking about, has been licensed to Voxiva. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an overview of cessation, and then I'll talk about the evidence in two groups, first for text messaging programs and then for smartphone apps. I think we all have mobile phones here, but I think the take-home point is globally 67% of people have mobile phones. In the US, it's about 87% of adults and rising. And the main opportunity is that really this is the highest reach communication technology that we've had to date, you know, with greater penetration than landlines, PCs, TVs combined. So cell phones are our opportunity to reach people. When we're thinking about mobile cessation, or cessation as it's called, it can be defined as smoking cessation-related services delivered via mobile communication devices. And there are actually four different ways, at least four different ways, that you can think about mobile phones for smoking cessation. The first is SMS programs or text messaging programs, and I'm going to be telling you more about those. The second is smartphone apps, which you download to your phone. The third, which is perhaps less obvious, but anything that's on the World Wide Web, on the web, can be formatted for your phone. So there is a lot of mobile web content aimed at smoking cessation, which is out there. And finally, there are devices that go with your phone that can help with smoking cessation. For example, there are monitors that you can now attach to your cell phone, which will give you a CO reading. By blowing into the monitor, you can see what your CO level is. There's sensors that you can, Bluetooth-enabled sensors that can attach to a cigarette lighter so that when you light a cigarette, it's constantly tracking your smoking. Thanks to James for showing me his today. Their text messaging, so I'm going to start with text messaging smoking cessations. I'll focus mainly on text messaging smoking cessations, where most of our evidence is, but also smartphone apps. The other two categories I mentioned, there really isn't evidence to support them, but I just mentioned them because these are categories we should be thinking about. So starting with text messaging programs, the key thing to know is these are automated programs. These are programs that aren't sent by people, they're sent out by computers. And these text messages will give you advice on quitting, on managing your cravings. They may be messages that give advice on how to use your medications properly, so you have better adherence to your medications. They're messages that will help you if you slip with your smoking and get back on track. They're also a type of on-demand keywords. So these are keywords that you can type in at any time with your phone and get help if you need additional motivation, if you're having a craving, or if you slip. Keywords like the keyword crave. The programs are generally interactive, so they're two-way. They're personalized. They may be timed around your specific quit date. And people get generally 2 to 3 messages a day following the quit date. Here's some examples from Text to Quit. So Text to Quit, tomorrow's the big day, throw out all your cigs and clean out ashtrays, keep busy and avoid smokers, text crave to fight cravings. So it's advice on quitting that would come the day before your quit date, and the keyword crave would give you a way to deal with your cravings. Moving to the other end of the slide, the one that says, text to quit, please be honest, did you quit smoking today? Reply yes or no. And so that's an interactive opportunity. It's a check-in. It gives a person an opportunity to get advice if they're not quitting to get back on track. And I just want to point out that there are services out there, at least globally speaking. Countries like New Zealand, the UK, Australia, Costa Rica, and the United States has adopted text messaging, in some cases integrated into the national health programs. In the US, we have two big programs, Text to Quit and Smoke Free Text, and together they've enrolled over 200,000 individuals since they launched. Smoke Free Text now has spin-offs, a program aimed at veterans called Smoke Free Vet, and a program called Smoke Free Mom, which is aimed at pregnant smokers. And then when you go to the App Store, it gets even more exciting because there's so many apps, right? 15,000 consumer health apps, over 400 smoking cessation apps across the Android and the iPhone platforms. And this is dated to 2013, so you can imagine how many there are today. We did a study where we looked at how many of these are actually being downloaded for smoking cessation. And we found that just on that Android platform, which is actually the platform that gives you the information because it's difficult with the iPhone, we calculated there were 2 million downloads over a 2.5-month period, or you could estimate 700,000 per month. So these are global downloads, and it's a significant amount of global downloads for smoking cessation. About half of these downloads were covered by just four apps. So why are we excited? So these are some of the attributes that make us excited about this platform. It's the help anywhere and anytime, most of all. So people have their phones and they're craving a cigarette, and right then and there they can get help. The messages come to you in the case of the text messaging programs. They interrupt you, and people read their text messages so they actually get the content you're sending out. The messages, like I mentioned, can be interactive and personalized. If you couple it with phone counseling or another type of therapy, it could actually increase the contact time because the texts are so low cost. A person could stay in touch with a program for months and months after the initial in-person counseling. The messages are unobtrusive and confidential, and that's important, especially for groups like pregnant smokers who can access their messages without any kind of stigma around that. And then finally, as many of the pictures in the slideshow show, cell phones and smoking and cigarettes seem to go together. People have the one hand for the cell phone and the other hand for the cigarette. So wouldn't it be great if we were giving people information on how to quit? Okay, so let's look at some of the evidence. And first, we'll look at the text messaging. So the text messaging, as I mentioned, has been most studied. The most recent Cochrane review was done by Robin Whitaker, and she reviewed 5 different studies, all randomized trials with at least 6 months of follow-up data. And she found that overall, there was a 1.7 or a 70% increase for the text messaging condition over the control condition across these 5 studies. The most salient study of all the studies is the study by Carrie Free and her colleagues, published in The Lancet in 2011. This was a study of a program in the UK called Text to Stop. They enrolled 5,800 participants and randomized half to text to stop and half to a control condition. Text to Stop offered 5 messages a day for the first 5 weeks, and then 3 messages a week for 26 weeks. And at the end of 6 months, they biochemically verified continuous abstinence and found that 10.7% of the Text to Stop group had quit compared to 4.9% of the control. So in this study, a doubling of the effect. Interestingly, there was no evidence that the effect was because they were driving use of the quit line or because they were driving use of NRT. So even though the text messages said, if you're craving and you're struggling, use NRT, or if you're craving or you smoke and you need help, call the quit line, it wasn't that there was a higher rate of use in the 2 groups. So it seems that there's actually something that's specific to the text messages. This study was also so big, and you could look at the to see whether there were similar effects for subgroups, such as by age or SES. And what they found was even for these different subgroups, you could have, there were significant effects. So among those younger than 35 versus those older than 35, both groups had significantly increased quit rates if they got the texting program. It was slightly higher, though, for the younger groups. But the point here is that for all these different subgroups defined by age, SES, cigarette smoke per day, use of NRT, whether they have a pay-as-you-go phone plan, gender, frequency of texting, race, ethnicity, these subgroups are all positively affected by these programs. And because of these studies, groups like the Community Preventive Task Force in the United States has started to endorse mobile phone-based interventions as a proven method for quitting smoking. I'll mention that there's a new meta-analysis that's just come out by Spohr and colleagues, and this reviews 13 different studies for smoking cessation, so you can see the evidence base is growing. Overall, they found an increased effect for getting the text messaging programs, though somewhat less than in the other studies. So here there's a 35% increase in quitting if you get the text messaging program. One study from that review was a study that I did on text to quit, and you can see this is the kind of pattern that many of the studies had, where at all 3 time points, 1 month, 3 months, and 6 months, there's almost a doubling of the effect for the texting program. You might wonder, well, you know, these programs are working, but what about when you combine them with NRT or you combine them with a quit line? Do you still get a boost by having a text messaging program? This is a study I did with colleagues where we looked at callers to the Alere Wellbeing commercial quit line in the United States. We used the fact that text to quit was rolled out over time to create a quasi-experimental design where those who got text to quit and multiple call phone counseling went into the intervention group, and those who just had the usual care at the quit line, which was the multi-call phone counseling, went into the control group. And we looked to see, did those who got text to quit get a boost above just getting the multi-call phone counseling? And actually we found that there was no difference in effect. So both groups quit at about 25.3% of the time, and it was similar for the intervention and control, although those who got the intervention reported higher levels of satisfaction. So this is to say that, you know, a very intensive intervention like phone counseling may be all you need. You don't have to add on the text messaging. Okay, so let's turn to smartphone apps. Just to give you a sense of the types of apps that are out there, we categorized them, and we found that the most of them are calculators, followed by hypnosis apps, rationing apps, apps that track your patterns of smoking, and then those that went into the other category. An example from the other category is this app called Cigarette Fighter, which is a game, and the point of this app, this quit smoking app, is for you to destroy cigarettes. And so you find a cigarette that comes across your screen and you break it up into little pieces. And this is what's promoted as a tool for quitting smoking. A calculator app is one like this, which will tell you when you quit, how many days you went without smoking, how many cigarettes you haven't smoked, how much money you've saved, and the time you're saving, and give you different badges for getting to different goals of quitting smoking. So what we started to do, because there wasn't evidence out there on any of these apps, is we just looked to see how much they adhere to what's known to work in quitting smoking, such as, do they integrate with medications? Do they refer you to medications? Do they offer counseling and help you set a quit plan? Do they give you social support? Do they refer you to a quit line or mention the quit line? And what we found when we categorized popular smartphone apps on both the iPhone and the Android platform was that there was generally low adherence to these clinical practice guidelines. So if you look in the red, what was lacking in the apps was, for the most part, was practical counseling on how to quit. So you can imagine that game that helps you destroy the cigarettes didn't also have like a quit plan on what you're supposed to do beyond that. Even though we're in the age of social media, the vast majority of apps didn't integrate with social media or create a community or offer social support within the app. Although we have evidence that text messaging works, they didn't offer alerts or text messaging integration. So they didn't say, today's your quit date, remember to quit smoking. They didn't have that kind of a feature. They didn't recommend, only 4% recommended medications, and no percent, 0% connected you to a quit line or even referred to a quit line. So even though it's a phone and it's an app on the phone, there was no button to push when you needed to talk to a person on any of these popular apps. There is some emerging evidence, most of it just from the last couple of months, that's now been published looking at apps for smoking cessation, and so there is promise. There's this one app called SF28 by Robert West and his colleagues in the UK, and it's a cognitive behavioral program to get you through 28 days without smoking. Another one by Jonathan Bricker and his colleagues called Smart Quit, which is based on acceptance and commitment theory, so helping you recognize your cravings and be mindful about them and get through them without smoking. Another promising app is called Quit Ninja by Ellen Beckjord and her colleagues. And it's essentially a craving manager, but that's a smart craving manager in that it's personalized motivations that are going to improve over time. So every time you smoke a cigarette, you enter in your mood, where you are, what you're feeling, whether you're bored, stressed out, drinking alcohol, having fun. And then the program will provide you with a personalized message on why you shouldn't smoke right then. And then there's a feature which allows those messages to get better and better the more you use the app. So some conclusions. Global use of phones for smoking cessation is high and growing, both in the SMS category and really especially with apps. There's good evidence to support SMS for quitting smoking in adult smokers, and this applies, I would say, for most demographic subgroups. But some groups we haven't studied, like pregnant smokers, and so it's an open question whether it can be helpful for pregnant smokers. And I'll also mention that it seems like this is a standalone intervention, that you don't get an additional boost, at least with coupling with phone counseling. For apps, it's emerging evidence, and what's currently popular doesn't necessarily fit with what we know works in helping people quit smoking. So what's the future of smoking cessation with mHealth? We probably need more studies on text messaging for smoking cessation, especially as we develop the programs in new contexts, like in Costa Rica, other places where they're being disseminated. That we can think of new ways of promoting these programs, such as by putting on warning labels, mention of a national program if there is one. We can integrate with health systems better so that when somebody's screened in the electronic health record for smoking, a digital program like a mobile health program could be launched and offer them help for quitting smoking. And there's lots to do with smartphones being developed, how we can better integrate these smartphone apps with text messaging, which we know works. We can build in sensors, such as those that track the opening of a pack of cigarettes or feedback on smoking levels. There are games that we can develop. And as James Stewart mentioned, that you can start building with the iWatch, so people are going to be looking down at their watches and thinking about how we can build those in for smoking cessation. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And our next speaker will be the ambassador of Costa Rica, Ms. Elaine White.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, distinguished panelists and guests. It is an honor for me to represent the Ministry of Health of Costa Rica in this important conference. I would first of all like to start by sharing with you the information that prior to the implementation of the mHealth initiative in Costa Rica, the country had developed a policy and institutional platform in place in order to address non-communicable diseases since about 3 decades ago, which platform that was strengthened by the enactment of the anti-tobacco legislation in the year 2012, which provided banning for smoking in most places, banning publicity, marketing, sponsoring, and also provided for tobacco taxation, which created a source of revenue for the attention of the cessation programs and cancer treatment, among others. Additionally, in terms of contextual facts that might have helped or that could be of help in order to analyze Costa Rica as a case study, I would mention also the telecommunication sector reform that took place after the year 2010, which then triggered the mobile connectivity in Costa Rica. Now we have 116 lines per 100 people, which also provided a good basis for the implementation of the program. And also, as some of you might have noticed, the Costa Rica national team did very well in the World Cup in 2014. And this is not propaganda, although I'm very proud to mention it, but it was a very important resource that the program counted on, because we were able to engage the whole team that obviously became role models and national leaders at the moment. In terms of the background information, I would like to mention that there are an estimated 400,000 smokers in Costa Rica, with the majority of men being male. 1 in every 4 men smoke in Costa Rica. This is roughly around 9% of the population. 10 people a day die from tobacco-related causes, and there are very few dedicated smoking cessation clinics in the country, with the majority based in urban settings, and especially in San Jose, the capital city. This is very important, and I want to draw your attention to this fact, because the Health program came to strengthen this instrument that already had been created by the authorities but had very limited outreach or impact. Because traditionally these clinics have serviced around 400 people a year, or 1% of all smokers. And this is why the cessation, or the Health program, was of interest for the Costa Rican health authorities. And this is why the country became the first one to join the Be Healthy, Be Mobile program in 2013, and the first phase of the program was launched in 2014. We also had resources committed by the government, coming from the tobacco taxes, up to $1 million. They're part of the revenue that the government will receive as the source of the tobacco trade in Costa Rica. And the software platform and SMS content have, since the implementation in Costa Rica, been gifted back to the global initiative to share with other countries around the world. I would briefly mention the implementation structure in the country that counted on very important ownership and leadership by the Ministry of Health, or the health authorities, that was able to gather a core institutional group comprised of the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Telecommunications, and the e-governance unit, because we do have an e-governance program in Costa Rica, together with WHO and ITU, that were partners, of course, international partners. And we also counted on the support from the PAHO regional and country office in Costa Rica. The operational platform was developed by the Health Commission, in which the telecom operators did participate together with national public health providers, such as the Social Security Fund, which is the main healthcare provider in Costa Rica, and also the Institute for Alcoholism and Drug Dependency. And also we had some national partners from the public and private sector that took place in the operational aspect of the initiative. In terms of the technical component, I would mention two aspects. The first one, the content aspect of the initiative. The Spanish SMS library was created with the support of international global experts and from WHO, but also we received the support from ITU, and the software was comprised of algorithms and automatic program trackers for real-time visualization and enrollment in users. And this is where we come to the real facts, what the results have been in Costa Rica. The first fact that I would like to share with you is that over 1,000 people enrolled in the first week of the launch, more than 2.5 times the average per year. Remember the fact that I shared with you before, that the cessation clinics cover 400 people a year. So a total of 2,041 smokers enrolled within the first month. And out of the smokers who stayed in the program for 4 months, 42.7 reported they had quit smoking. 89% of the rest of the smokers enrolled reported they did lower their smoking habits. This is very important for a country like Costa Rica that has a very, in general terms, for being a middle-income country, has a strong institutional basis for healthcare and for the implementation of healthcare policies. So this first national mHealth program that is perceived to be a successful one, it is already being considered as a platform for improving healthcare in other disease areas like mental health, diabetes, and hypertension. The successful involvement of the entire national soccer team in the publicity campaigns for the program, we believe have been a very important asset that we can, I hope that we can still count on them for the next phase. You can see in the picture part of the publicity that the country implemented using the messages from the team players. So what is next? First of all, a work plan has been drafted for the second round of implementation in 2015. A new tripartite partnerships with the Costa Rican Social Security Fund, which as I mentioned, is the main healthcare provider in the country. And I mean, what this means is that the institutional platform has been strengthened because of the evidence that the program, if complemented with other institutional mechanisms or policies or actions, is going to provide for more sustainability and more impact. So the next phase of the program is to be launched on the 31st of May this year, which is the World No Tobacco Day. And the new target is to reach 30,000 enrollments by December of this year. And the important aspect of this new target is that once the tobacco cessation reaches the enrollment target of these 30,000 smokers, the mHealth platform will begin to be adapted for other NDCs such as hypertension, diabetes, and mental health. And also, we have been identifying the potentiality of sharing the software and experience within the Central American region and the Mesoamerican region to Mexico and Nicaragua. And I would also like to mention as learned lessons that in the initial phase, we had a more urban emphasis, and in this new phase, we are ready to have a more comprehensive approach that includes the rural areas as well. As I mentioned, that the collaborative and holistic approach is going to be also implemented in this new phase, so that the program is linked with other institutional instruments that have been created by the national authorities and national plans for NCDs. And also, we learned that we had a change of government. We had elections in the year 2014, and that took some time for the new administration to adapt to the program. But once the new authorities learned about the program, it speeded the implementation again. So we learned that it is already underway on an institutional basis, so that it will be safe for other electoral processes as well. So this is, and the last, is this? I have a very, very short video that I would like to share with you in terms of how the program utilized video instruments. Let me see. There you go. We'll be ready for expanding the conversation and experience later on through your questions. Oops. I will leave you with
ICTs are making an increasingly valuable contribution to all aspects of development, not least in the field of human health. Kenneth is one of many Costa Rican smokers who managed to quit with the help of a mobile health application developed in collaboration with ITUD.
The program is very helpful, giving you like tips and remind you stay clean, you know. It was great. It worked.
Our experience has been a good one. It's a low-cost but highly effective system in ensuring good health in the future.
Envía gratis un mensaje de texto.
To spread the word about the program, the government has launched an advertising campaign featuring some of Costa Rica's best-known soccer stars.
Costa Rica es un país muy
Costa
futbolero.
Rica is full of avid football followers. We have lots of fans. There are lots of kids, lots of young people that follow us. And I think that it's good to be able to give them advice.
¿Algún tipo de consejo?
I feel totally different. I can notice the change. Everybody should quit.
Right, thank you, Ambassador. And our next speaker will be the Assistant Secretary of Health, Dr. Pauline Jean Rosel Ubdail from the Philippines, who will be presenting on how the Philippines plans to scale up a national M cessation program.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. This is the outline of my presentation. I will be presenting the country profile, the Philippine health system, then tobacco control situation in our country, e-government and e-health initiatives, and finally the M cessation initiative and the next steps. The Philippines is a tropical country. It is composed of 7,100 islands, and only 3,144 are named, and 1,200 are inhabited. The rest are not inhabited. The total land area of 300,000 square kilometers. It is one of the world's largest island groups. The three largest islands are Luzon, where the capital Manila is, Visayas, and Mindanao is the southernmost island. We have a devolved health system, which is basically fragmented because there are many health offices implementing health programs. The 6 of 10 causes of mortality in our country, leading causes of mortality, are tobacco-related. In fact, the top 3 diseases of the heart, vascular system, and malignant neoplasms are tobacco-related. And we have a double burden of disease, where we have still communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases such as malignant neoplasms, that's the green one, and diseases of the heart are ever increasing. And the prevalence of smoking in the country, currently we have increasing prevalence of never smokers and decreasing prevalence of current smokers. Thus, we have an increasing number of quitters or former smokers. We launched in 2010 the National Tobacco Control Strategy, which includes smoking cessation, among other strategies. And we have an integrated program for healthy lifestyle, part of which is Dance for Health and exercise video, and also a video exercise for older persons. We recognize our champions, which are health institutions and local government units that actually implement 100% smoke-free environment or tobacco-free environment. We call it the Red Orchid Awards. We started it in 2009, and now we're on our 6th year of implementation. We give out Hall of Fame awards for institutions that implemented no smoking strategy or 100% tobacco-free environment for 3 consecutive years. And we also give out Outstanding Healthy Lifestyle Awards every 2 years. So this is the campaign where we integrated 4 strategies into one healthy lifestyle, or Filipinas Go for Health Award. It's a nationwide healthy lifestyle movement. It aims to encourage Filipinos to practice a healthy lifestyle by making a personal commitment to avoid 4 risk factors. These are go smoke-free, meaning quit smoking or never undertake smoking. Go Sustansya, healthy diet. Go Sigla, healthy lifestyle or more active lifestyle. And go slow on Tagay, meaning slow on alcoholic beverages. And we have a website where we encourage the public to log on and to get health advices. And we have passed the syntax reform law in 2012, where we get incremental revenues from syntaxes that started in 2013 at 28 billion, but the actual collections are even higher by about 5 to 6 billion, what is now in the projected slide. So in 2014, it's 36 billion, but the actual collection reached up to 42 billion, and so on. And we have signed into law last June 11, 2014, the graphic health warnings, which give pictorial health warnings for the public, but its implementation is by March 2016. Our vision and mission for e-government, this is a government-wide approach for using SMS or the cell phone technology and also the internet technology to reach out to more of our people, having 7,100 islands. And for a fact, the Philippines has, I think, is known to be the texting capital of the world. We have more than 1 cell phone for every household. There's about 50 million cell phones currently being used in the country, and our population is 100 million, meaning that only children don't have cell phones in the country. Even the nannies and the helpers have cell phones. So we're using this prevalent form of communication in many of our strategy for good governance. And it is the way forward. We have a Philippine Development Plan and Philippine Digital Strategy from 2011 to 2016, so that we can have innovative work processes, promote citizen participation, and better public services. So e-government is being implemented in the Philippines. We have e-education, meaning that those in far-flung areas can actually access the internet to get an education degree. We have e-health and e-welfare, meaning that people can use the internet and SMS to get advice, medical advice, and also have use it for good referral systems. E-justice and peace and order, also used by the courts, and business, as well as government-to-government transactions. So the cessation initiative in the Philippines started last November 2014, where we had a e-health and m-health summit in Manila. So e-health outlines the Philippine government master plan of using electronic media and also the cell phone industry to connect to national health facilities. And mHealth is through mobile phone technology to get messages to the people and to get the people also involved in the health system, upgrading and development. So included in the workshop are users, programmers, and technologists, program managers from the health department as well as from science and technology, and the technology perspective. This was followed by a workshop from November 26 to 27, where we identified the cessation initiative plan of action for the Philippines. And these are the topics during that workshop. And day 2 came out with the action plan for the next 5 years, using mobile technology. So the Philippines joins the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative of the World Health Organization and the International Tobacco Union. In the next steps, we intend to organize a project management unit within the Department of Health. We will launch the National Quit Line on May 31, 2015, on World No Tobacco Day, and we'll organize workshops in pilot sites in June. June, incidentally, is called the No Smoking Month in the Philippines. And we're piloting all this strategy in key cities in Metro Manila, as well as in the Visayas and in Mindanao. And a national scale-up program will be conducted in 2016 and beyond. Currently, we are using the M technology, mobile phones, for referral system, and we also have a Hope Line, which is mobile technology and landline for suicide prevention. So we're just scaling up this use of technology for smoking cessation. So thank you and mabuhay. Long live.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Ms. Katie Dane from the Executive Director of the NCD Alliance, and she is going to be speaking on the role of the multi-sectoral approach and civil society in particular in scaling our mHealth interventions and novel partnership structures of the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I just want to thank the organisers for inviting me and the NCD Alliance to be part of this session on cessation. So today I'm going to be talking about 3 main points. Firstly, the actual nature of non-communicable diseases and tobacco control necessitating sectoral cooperation and also mHealth interventions as well. The actual structure of the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative, talking a little bit more about that and why it's effective for this specific area of intervention. And also particularly the involvement and the role of the NCD Alliance, the organisation I'm representing, as the only civil society partner in the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative, and talking a little bit about what we bring to the initiative as a whole from civil society. So firstly, the multi-sectoral approach to NCDs and tobacco control. Why is multi-sectoral interaction and collaboration important within this area? I'll refer you to the actual political kind of mandate and response to non-communicable diseases as a starting point. Over the last 5 or 6 years within the NCD response, there have been three common threads which are important for the discussions today. Firstly, in the 2011 Political Declaration on NCD Prevention and Control, all governments of the world agreed that NCDs impact on socio-economic development, so they're not just a health issue, they are an international development challenge, and they're a major challenge to sustainable human development in the 21st century. Secondly, that sectoral cooperation is fundamental and essential to NCD prevention and control. Within the UN Political Declaration from 2011, multi-sectoral action is referred to 15 times. Multi-sectoral approaches, meaning health in all policies and whole of government approaches, are referred to 13 times. And a whole of society approach is really the cornerstone of the political declaration, meaning that no one sector can solve the epidemic and tobacco control alone. We need to have governments, UN agencies, civil society, and relevant parts of the private sector to be working together to respond. Also, another common thread that runs through the political response to NCDs is a focus on partnerships and mechanisms at all different levels, global, regional, and national, that are required to really facilitate this sectoral cooperation, including to engage particularly non-health actors within the response. And obviously that's very critical for prevention initiatives which really stem from many different sectors beyond the health system. And so as a result of this, because of this political mandate for multi-sectoral cooperation and intersectoral cooperation, what we have is the need for different interactions between different sectors. Within the state, within the state as a whole, we need intersectoral cooperation between governments, civil society, and relevant parts of the private sector. But equally, within governments, we need multi-sectoral cooperation. We need the Minister of Health to be talking and negotiating and acting with ministers of finance, with ministers of education, trade. Across the whole government, we need to be having collaboration. And this is obviously very important for cessation and M-Health for NCDs more broadly, because we know that for M-Health, equally, you need different sectors to be working together. Whether you're talking about at the global level, the actual development of the interventions, particularly obviously today we're talking about cessation, we need to have academics, we need civil society, we need governments who all together have collective resources and expertise and knowledge to really drive forward cessation initiatives. Also, we need relevant elements of the private sector. Obviously, as someone said earlier, tobacco industry, absolutely not. But we obviously need technology. We need the telecommunications sector to be working in collaboration for this initiative to actually be effective and really to be scaled, which is so important. And so I think that's why the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative run by WHO and ITU, which has been the focus of today, is so important, the actual structure of this initiative, because it's the first time really within the NCD space that we see two UN agencies combining forces, WHO and the ITU. But importantly, it's not just the UN system that's responding, it's working in collaboration with governments. Obviously Costa Rica and the Philippines we'd heard from today, and many others are joining this initiative. But also it engages the private sector, as I said. So there's Bupa, Novartis, IFPMA, and Verizon as private sector partners who can add a lot to cessation and M-Health more broadly in the NCD space. And obviously civil society, from my perspective, perhaps I'm a little bit biased, are obviously really essential within this initiative as well. So what is civil society bringing to the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative? And I'll talk about it at the global level and at the national level, because this initiative is obviously at both levels. It's providing tools and resources for M-Health and NCDs at the global level, but then really translating them down to the national level within priority countries. But first, before I go into the actual roles that we're playing, just to give you a quick overview of who we are. The NCD Alliance is a unique civil society network, and our mission is to lead the way to a world free of preventable, non-communicable diseases, obviously including tobacco control. We were founded 6 years ago in 2009 by 4 federations: the Union for International Cancer Control, the International Diabetes Federation, the World Heart Federation, and the International Union Against TB and Lung Disease. But over the last 3 years, what we've done is expanded beyond those 4 disease federations to include the Framework Convention Alliance for Tobacco Control, Alzheimer's Disease International, and Management Sciences for Health. And we convene a network of 2,000 organisations in 170 countries. And that's really our unique comparative advantage. There's no other alliance out there for NCDs that has the global legitimacy and also the national capacity and network as the NCD Alliance does. But importantly as well, what we're seeing over the last couple of years particularly is an emergence of national and regional NCD alliances. We've now got 30 national and regional alliances around the world that are really forming because they've seen the strength and the effect that the global NCD Alliance has had at the global level and really translating that to national and regional contexts. And these are providing very important platforms at the national level to really accelerate the NCD response and obviously tobacco control as well. So in terms of what the NCD Alliance brings to the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative, we really looked at our own strategic plan and our own comparative advantage as a civil society network and developed 4 specific areas that we're adding to the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative. And they are, number 1, providing technical expertise at the global level and at the national level, facilitating knowledge exchange in terms of innovation and good practice, and fourthly, providing a watchdog role, which I'll talk a little bit about each of these very briefly now. In terms of advocacy and communication, this has been a priority for the NCD Alliance over the 6 years that we have existed. And obviously our advocacy has been very much around placing NCDs on the global health and development agenda. But obviously within the context of Be Healthy, Be Mobile, we're able to really leverage our advocacy expertise and capacity towards NCDs and mHealth as a critical tool to accelerating the response. So to give you a couple of examples, we hold high-profile side events around the World Health Assembly and the UN General Assembly on these issues. And also, as I said earlier, the national and regional alliances are proving to be very important. So we're really focusing on building a social movement for NCDs at all different levels, which can obviously be very important for mHealth and cessation specifically. But most importantly, in terms of advocacy, what we do is really focus on critical policy windows. We identify the big processes of the United Nations, all very complex intergovernmental processes, and identify particular areas and milestones that we can really influence to get NCDs and obviously mHealth onto the agenda. And I think one of the most important ones coming up at the moment is the transfer from the Millennium Development Goals to the post-2015 development agenda. As was said earlier in the plenary, NCDs are expected to be included as a specific target, which will have huge implications. But also within that, obviously, mHealth is a critical tool to accelerate NCDs, but also global health more broadly. So we really need to be making sure that within the post-2015 discussions, we're really promoting those messages throughout. In terms of technical expertise, obviously, as I said, as an alliance of 2,000 organisations in 170 countries, our network, our organisations on the ground have a huge amount of knowledge and expertise in NCDs, obviously, but also mHealth. And so what we bring to Be Healthy, Be Mobile is individual engagement and input of our experts from our network as almost an in-kind contribution to this initiative. Just to give you a couple of examples of mHealth initiatives that some of our members and federations are running at the moment. The World Heart Federation has a specific Ground Mars app, which is really about promoting walking and reducing the risk of cardiovascular disease. And again, because it's a federation, it's able to really scale up and really promote this app around the world. It's now been downloaded by 140,000 people. And on 30th of January 2014, more than 1 million people from over 150 countries have collectively walked 5 million miles, many of them using this app. So that just shows the kind of capacity and the unique comparative advantage of one of the NCD Alliance's federations. Equally, the International Diabetes Federation has started an initiative called the mHealth Grand Tour, which is a 2-week cycling challenge from Barcelona to Vienna, where it's really focusing on how innovative technical solutions can address the challenge of managing diabetes. So these are examples slightly outside of the cessation area, but obviously within the mHealth and NCD space that the NCD Alliance is bringing. In addition, one of our new organisations in the NCD Alliance is Management Sciences for Health, MSH. And through an initiative called the African Strategies for Health project, they have developed a very impressive and quite comprehensive mHealth compendium, which includes a huge number of case studies and options for implementation in mHealth initiatives, particularly in developing countries. And I've included the link there in case you want to visit it at a later date. Also, the third role that the NCD Alliance plays within this is really around facilitating knowledge exchange. And that's both in terms of identifying good practice that has been developed and that is working in a specific pocket or country within the world, and really transferring that to other countries and promoting that within and across our network. And as I've already talked about, that network of national and regional NCD alliances that I've spoken about is really, really important here. And just an example of the kind of convening role that we also play, which the mHealth and NCDs initiative can capitalise on, is that this November in Sharjah, one of our neighbouring Emirates, we're going to be holding the first Global NCD Alliance Forum, which will be a forum for the national and regional NCD alliances. And that's going to be an essential opportunity both for capacity building for this growing civil society movement, but also really about knowledge exchange and identifying what's working in different countries. And I think obviously Be Healthy, Be Mobile and mHealth can be a part of that Global NCD Alliance Forum in November this year. And then finally, our role increasingly, I think, will be around accountability, because civil society obviously plays an important role in putting these issues on government's agendas and the UN agenda. But after that, obviously, we need to be playing a role in terms of making sure that governments keep to their promises. And it's really around the watchdog role. We've got a lot of great experience within the NCD civil society movement through this watchdog role, both in terms of actually shadow reporting of the FCTC by many FCA members, for example, but also the NCD Alliance itself is increasingly doing benchmarking of policy progress at the national level. And again, this is a really important part of civil society's role within Be Healthy, Be Mobile, both to encourage countries to really take it up and implement it, but also ensure that these programs around cessation are delivering and are effective and are being implemented by governments. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. Just quickly before I pass it to our last speaker, in your model you actually left out academia, and I was asked to say a few words about academia as the academic on the panel. So I would just like to state that academia is another core partner group in the Be Healthy, Be Mobile model, and I think it's important for us to think about what academia might bring to the partnership, which is including its role really as a neutral forum, which can bring all these different various partners together on some neutral ground to talk about the issues, and also the technical expertise, especially around the monitoring and evaluation, and creating that evidence base that we know is so important in order to sustain the long-lasting policy commitment from our government and the economic, especially rationale for these programs. And then finally, it brings in young people. Last year, the University of Southern California hosted the Be Healthy, Be Mobile stakeholders for a 2-day workshop, and as part of that, we had 25 student teams pitch ideas to the various stakeholders of ideas of how to innovate and create impact through the initiative. And so these young people are not only a target audience in many ways for our apps and for our programs, but they also can help bring some real innovative ideas and bring us to that community who are really on the cutting edge of this mobile technology. Okay, so that brings us to our last speaker, who is Vinayak Prasad, the Senior Advisor and representative of the Be Healthy, Be Mobile team from WHO.
Thank you, chairs, distinguished panelists, dear colleagues. I'll make it short because I have all the good things already shared, so it's easy for me. We have the evidence, we have the country experience, and we have the civil society's endorsement that this is working. So what is it that we need to look at? Because there will be questions which will be asked, even though the country experiences are now getting in. What is it that will make this a tool which every country must adopt? What is it that will need to happen to sustain this effort? Is it cost effective? Is it sustainable? I would dwell on some of the issues and how this initiative is going around trying to achieve that. We've seen health costs go up, and those who were there in the launch of the Atlas in the afternoon, the absolute number of tobacco users is not going to go down in the next 20 years. So while prevalence levels and consumption levels go down, if there are a billion tobacco users, there are going to be a billion tobacco users in the next 20 years, even if we have tobacco control. The cost of healthcare will continue to grow. Then what do we do? And we heard this from the Alliance. It's a huge health cost burden. It translates to $7 trillion. And that's a huge burden. How do we reduce it? We have the investment tools. We have the FCTC. We have the strategy. We know tobacco is linked to sustainable development. It's already figuring in the post-2015. And we know that from the key measures of FCTC, and it's called Empower, and we had a session in the morning, the key demand reduction measures are all there, well documented. But amongst the demand reduction measures, the offer to help to existing tobacco users has not been considered a best buy strategy. And so sometimes we call it often, it's not, but it's not considered a best buy strategy because the existing tools for helping existing smokers and other tobacco users quit would require heavy investment. Health systems are weak. It will take more effort than possible. And therefore, it's always stayed in the backdrop. How do we make this a best buy? What is it that we need to do? So what's the best buy? So when WHO was working on the best buys, the calculation was simple. If it's going to cost less than $1 per capita per year for that intervention with a public health population-wide impact, that's a best buy. For example, taxation or banning smoking in public places. In a developed economy, it's between $1 to $2. So can we make cessation a best buy, that it costs less than $1 in a developing economy? So we looked into all these strategies, and the most logical thing which was, as we've heard, more phones in this room, more phones in this world than human beings. So the ICT appeared to be a logical thing to look at in terms of seeking human behavior. We were all sitting here, many of us were texting, many of us have been looking at photographs even while we are here. So we are very much tuned to it. It's part of our lives. And the evidence is already there, so I'll skip this, that it works. There's already enough evidence to show that there's 2 to 6 times the potential, depending on where and which different settings, the potential to help people quit. And we've already seen that the countries are willing to adopt it, to scale it up. And this whole initiative, the Be Healthy, Be Mobile, looks into making it easy, making it cost effective, and then using the same platform. This is pretty agnostic. So when we launched mobile diabetes in Senegal, the minister, during the Ebola crisis, said, why can't we use it for informing people on Ebola? And they sent out 8 million messages to 2 million people, raising awareness about Ebola. So these are message systems, platforms, open source, do not cost anything. We have those platforms. We have the library of messages. What does it need? Just a commitment from the government. They need to run it. We're not going to run it for them. They need to run it. It's easy to run it. It's already being run in many other health programs. For example, maternal child health programs in a few countries. And we're just looking into ability to replicate. So for example, the Costa Rica experience has been very useful. We've learned how to put the platform in position. And then we found a challenge. The challenge is to recruit and get the existing tobacco users to register. So when we're looking into Philippines, we are trying to address that, and we're looking into different strategies of how we can get all of the tobacco users to take interest, join this initiative. So we continue to fine-tune this. And therefore, we're creating tools, standard operating procedures, and as earlier speakers have said, we're going to have a monitoring evaluation platforms. Technology solutions are pretty well standard, so they can pick and adapt. All of that's done. Now, if we use this as a standard tool, it's easy to copy-paste. The moment it's easy to copy-paste, any country can pick and choose. So we got, for example, Tunisia coming in. The time lag to implement mobile cessation gets shorter. There is nothing new which they need to do except adapt the existing algorithm of messages. Now we have separate libraries. We heard that from Lorianne. We've got those messages. We've kept those folders. What we are doing is, when we are going, for example, to India in the next coming months, we will adapt it to local settings. There are smokeless tobacco users, the local cultural issues. So the message libraries get adapted. The platforms available. We just launched the initiative. The successes happen. In terms of numbers, the moment we achieve a particular threshold of people who would be interested, we would achieve that less than $1. A strategy which Costa Rica adopted was to get the footballers, for example, the World Cup and all of that. That's been very useful. And we believe there are different strategies which we need to adopt in different countries. But that would be, I would think, one way and one advice which we'll need to solicit in terms of getting the attention of the existing tobacco users, apart from doing mass media campaigns and other different strategies. And that we believe it will make this into a best buy strategy. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, speakers. So we have about 5 minutes left for some questions. I guess we'll go ahead as chairs and start questions, and then if you can line up, and we'll start with some audience questions. Did you have a question first? No? Okay. I will go ahead. There was quite a few mentions of multi-sectoral collaboration, and we had a whole presentation kind of emphasizing its importance. I'm interested from the country's perspective of specifically on a day-to-day basis how that looks and what kind of mechanisms you're using to bring the different partners together.
Yes, we have a mechanism where we have a national coordinating committee for tobacco control, and then we've established regional tobacco control committees. So that's where we bring in the multi-sectoral partnership. And using social media and also the mobile technology, we actually broaden the field to involve all the stakeholders, and including academia. So right now, our reach is almost every island of the Philippines and almost every community, because the academia is there, and we're using the local languages that the people have in that particular area. So it's a very good strategy to actually involve multi-sectoral partners.
Thank you. I would say in the case of Costa Rica, the experience shows that different government institutions have specific mandates over certain sectors. So when you have the health ministry, then you would be able to rally or to gather, healthcare providers and other players like NGOs or community players. And the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Telecommunications, of course, has certain mandates or regulation authority over telecom providers. So using different legal and institutional mandates from different agencies in government is also, a good example of how you can bring into the, to the table and to the effort different sectors and stakeholders.
Okay, why don't we go to the audience? Go ahead. Oh, you have to get up and move.
Hello, thank you. I'm Paula Snowden from New Zealand, and I run our Quit Line, which is 14 years old now, and which looks after 8% of the smoking population, about 40,000 people a year. And I'm going to put some context around the SMS success story that we had to tell. We started with a Quit Line, then we built a website, and then we developed an SMS service. We evaluated those channels of support. Telephone, 22% quit success at 6 months. Telephone and SMS, 26% quit success at 6 months. And telephone, SMS and web, 32% quit success at 6 months. So what we did was we regrouped and made the cessation program available to all New Zealanders, choosing whichever tools they wanted and whichever combination they wanted. So when you ask us now how successful is your SMS service, we can't tell you different to the whole Quit Line service. Half our clients join the program via the web, half via the phone, all use all three support tools. And so the ROI and the cost of delivery is so cheap, it's incredible. And we do all the promotion, so these services are no good unless somebody uses them. So we design all our marketing ourselves so that when we advertise the program, we know exactly we've got the resource to meet the demand. And it's a dose response type of service. So now our quit success rates, so we measure at 4 weeks every client, and we have to report to our government that funds us for the whole client cohort. And was always lost to follow-up. So we're getting between 30 and 35% quit success at 4 weeks now, over 40,000 people. And when we measure the quit success rate for those who are not lost to follow-up, it's up at 42%. So, and these numbers are achieved with half of the people only using a phone interaction once. And so the scale is absolutely there, but it's driven by the client. So I would encourage anybody who is looking to add tools to their program, make them about the client or the smoker, don't make them about the phone or the web or the SMS, because that's not how people work. And so it's really valuable for us. So a quit attempt is now costing New Zealand $230, and a quit success is for 12 months is costing 2,000 New Zealand dollars, which is, I don't know, 700 US. It's just nothing relative to the return. So what I'm saying is make it a program that uses the tools. Don't let the tool drive the program. Anyway, I'm sorry it's not a question. I just felt the need to say it's scalable and you get results, and just do it as a package, don't do them in bits. Sorry, it wasn't a question.
I have a question. My name is Anne Jones from Australia, and I want to say what a fantastic session it's been, because in many of the low to middle income countries, they're starting to look at this orphan O, and they're looking at quit lines. And I just wonder whether you've got you're planning to look at the effectiveness of quit lines in comparison to using this more up-to-date technology of smartphones and so on, so that we can maybe have some evidence that would say this is the most cost-effective way of implementing cessation in your country without perhaps having a very expensive quit line supporting it. So I don't know whether somebody perhaps Dr. Prasad might comment on that.
Yes, thank you very much for the comment as well as for this question. Just to elaborate a little more, whenever we've gone into the countries, we've recommended a very holistic health systems approach. Strengthening health systems has always been our first set of recommendations in terms of the brief advice must go into the health programs. For example, we just recently did a TB tobacco intervention program where we know the risks for tobacco use amongst TB patients 1.6 times the number of deaths. So we're pushing for cessation program in TB, including M cessation, including toll-free. For example, in India, which is going to be launching M cessation very soon, they're also looking at a quit line program, which is, I would assume, equivalent to a face-to-face counseling. And it would act as a supplement to the M-Health intervention. No, we haven't done any separate costing of quitline or the effectiveness evaluation of the same vis-a-vis M cessation, not to my knowledge, and correct me. We've looked into some of the evidence, but the point you made is we are suggesting to governments, depending on the level of health development and the way they have invested, to take a holistic view, prioritize it. So it's not that one solution will work. Some countries would definitely want to put in quit lines in addition to M cessation, in addition to the traditional face-to-face counseling. Thank you.
Yes, maybe I would like to comment. I would like to introduce a caveat because I am not an expert in the issue, but and there was already a workshop in San Jose in order to to make the adjustments in the program. But this is a very I would say this is a young instrument, and will generate data and information and evaluation that can help us identify. Was just for looking at the information very briefly, you can tell that M-Health instruments or program is very good for attracting people. So our experience is, we had a very sharp increase in people. Then you have to look and evaluate, what the best tools are for sustainability, and what happens with people who actually quit, and how long you can sustain that effort, and what are the best instruments are. Our healthcare providers have expressed their opinion that this program has to be accompanied by some sort of follow-up by doctors or the healthcare system in general. So in general terms, you have to say, as our colleague was from WHO was pointing out, different instruments, for one goal and for different phases or goals. Yeah. Thank you.
Last question. I'm Nisuma, the Dean of the School of Public Health from Myanmar. I really enjoyed this session, and also I interested a lot. I have some practical questions. In your session, using my mobile phone program, I have seen some other interactive session with the customer and respondent. My question is, in your interactive session, who are the respondents? Is it like they're using the software, or someone have to reply? Okay. In that case, if someone have to reply, who are they? They are the health professional, or like the counselor, or maybe the volunteer, no? And who have to be paid, or etc. Okay. And in our setting, we have many tribes and nationality. We use the many languages, and so that in your HBN, do you also have the different languages to reply to the for the customers? Are you okay? Thank you.
Yes, for our M cessation and our e-health program, it's manned by a health personnel in the Department of Health. But when we need face-to-face communication or follow-up, we throw it to an academia partner. So it's either a hospital or a medical school or a nursing school, and they speak the language of the caller or the person. So that's how we manage our M cessation and our e-health programs.
All right, well, with that, I just want to hope that all of you kind of got the emphasize today with the revolutionary point we're at right now in the role of mobile phones in healthcare and their ability to transmit information between patients, providers, professionals, and populations is beginning to gain real strength. As we know, mobile phones are everywhere, and increasingly we have the data to show that cessation is a proven, effective, and cost-efficient approach, and the mHealth is a revolutionary health service delivery model for health systems in strengthening and in our run-up to achieving universal healthcare coverage. Importantly, I think this work, the Be Healthy, Be Mobile initiative, really shows that WHO is taking a lead. Not often the case, or at least a critical critique oftentimes, but they're really showing a lead not only in the innovation and in the technology, but also in how to create innovative models of multi-sectoral partnership. And I say partnership because really it shows a movement beyond collaboration and what really looking to the private sector for something more than just simply money looks like. So in this case, we're looking to the private sector for consumer preference information, product design, distribution channels, something that really sparks of collaboration and partnership in a true form. So just finally, the average human being looks at their phone once every 9 seconds, or almost 500 times a day, and we all have our cell phones out in front of us right now. I've been tweeting. I know some of you have been tweeting back at me as we've been up here and using our mobile phones in many, many ways as we engage both socially, professionally, personally, all different types of ways. And so we really want to make sure that if you want your country and people in your country to quit tobacco, make sure that you speak to the WHO team and to the other experts on this panel and in the audience in order to implement a national cessation program in your country. Thank you so much for coming.